Country's not going to put up with these kind of shenanigans. These commies are a dangerous force, and they're aimed directly at the heart of the American Republic. Now, before his death, Charlie Kirk issued a warning.
The spiritual battle is coming to the West, and the enemies are wokeism or Marxism combining with Islamism to go after what we call the American way of life. And the American way of life is very simple. I want to be able to get married, buy a home, have kids, allow them to ride their bike till the sun goes down, send them to a good school, have a low-crime neighborhood.
Democrat machine isn't dead.
Welcome, Patriots. Welcome to America Rising News. It is good to be here. Happy Thursday. It's not just any America Rising News. We are lifting the veil, almost like an extension of Feisty Digs with one and only Professor Feisty Cat in the house.
No.
Yes. Earmuffs.
No dig tonight.
No, an extension of the last digs, we'll say.
Yeah.
But good to be here. Good to see everybody over there in Rumble, and welcoming everybody over in Pilled. And it's the sad X scene. It's not streaming over on America Rising X, but we are streaming on my X.
Glad you figured it out.
Yeah, well, yeah, we're gonna have to figure that out. What's going on there? But it's good to be here.
Something changed.
How you doing, Feisty? Huh?
I'm doing great. A lot's been happening the last few days.
Yeah, I was unplugged. I didn't stream last night. Shout out to Johnny for covering last night. But boy, have I been plugged in all day today. I even read much of the Cuba report.
Really?
Yeah.
Everybody give a hand to him.
Yeah. It was
That's a good report.
Yeah.
And did you saw, well, you sent it to me. Did you see who was sanctioned? They're all military. I gave you a rundown of who they were.
Yeah, there was a chart. I think I saw. I read it on it. Retaining
what
the
he
names.
Did today, he went after. He sanctioned all those individuals.
Yeah, and even the. I mean, I knew a lot of it, but like the Black Panther. Mm-hmm. You get the Vance Ramos, and then what was the other one? Starts with an S. That was highly successful mission. Oh gosh, I can't remember the name of it, but it was interesting. I still got the latter half to do, so another 50 pages. Hopefully, I'll do tomorrow. But
not actually that long, because
yeah,
at about page, I think it's 73, it goes into all the footnotes.
Yeah, there was a lot of that, and a lot of it.
You've only got
knew.
about 20 pages to go. That's not bad.
Yeah, a lot of it I already knew.
What I thought was really important about it, it was straight English, right?
Yeah.
There's no $50 words, if you will.
Yeah.
It was straight English, and it said what we've known all these years and made it concise.
Yep.
And then today he sanctioned a lot of the people involved.
Really?
Yeah, today you sent it to me, the original one. I sent you back.
Yes.
Sent you back the people and the targets, and I gave you some a rundown. One was Russian, one was Chinese.
Yeah. U.S. sanctions Cuban military companies, officials tied to Russian, Chinese arms deals. That's right. There's a Miami Herald article as well. Mm-hmm. So, targeting enablers of the Cuban regime's arms imports and foreign military cooperations. Good.
So you realize that's not state actors, right? They're dealing in the black market arms deals. That's what's interesting.
So who out of America is doing...
That's where you go next, right?
Yes.
Do you feel, I don't know, a wagon being circled?
Yeah, yes, I do. And it seems like it's all kind of coalescing for after the midterms.
I think there's something that's going to happen.
Before?
Yeah, but I think the majority of what we're looking for, I think 2027 is going to be a very big year.
Yeah. Yep.
I really do. And I think 27, 28, you're going to see a lot of cases get exposed because of the judicial process.
Yep. So we're going to get into that and so much more. Another thing we'll get into is what's going on with Joe DeGenova down there in the southern district of Florida.
And man's finally getting his vengeance.
I didn't realize how old he is. He is
81.
Wow. He looks good for 81, though, I'll tell you that.
A friend and I were talking about him last night. I was like, dear God, he's 81. He looks really good for 81.
No shit. No shit.
He really does. I figured in his 70s, but.
And Victoria Tensing, how old is she?
She's only a couple years younger than him.
Is she really?
Yeah.
So,
I like. They're a power couple.
Yeah, they are.
They really are.
And he is bound and determined to make an impact for sure.
Yeah, and yeah. I gave you a video of him he was doing an interview with Ginny Thomas, Justice Thomas's wife.
Ah, yes, guys. You guys are not going to wait to hear this. She's going to play a 30-minute documentary with... No.
It's an interview.
Interview, yeah.
But what you're going to hear, you've heard me talk about this stuff, but he just goes through the whole list, and you will come away with that interview going, damn.
Yeah, he's about ready to crack the whip. How old is that clip?
2018, May of 2018. A year after, not quite a year after Mueller was appointed.
Yeah. He was very vocal back then, and then I wonder where did he drop off? There's another.
He started getting really vocal in 2017. Ginny started her Daily Caller weekly interviews.
Yeah,
and she had an exclusive with him.
There's another individual.
Okay, our next question comes from Morgan Cox.
There's another individual that that's kind of dropped off the map, and I haven't heard much from him in quite a few years, actually, and that's Rod Rosenstein.
Yes.
So what's and Lisa? I think his wife is Lisa Barsumian. Is that correct?
Barsumian.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I was asked about her last night. Asked me to square that knot. And I said, if you go through the post, you'll notice after the name Barsumian, it's parentheses smile. And the person I was talking to did not realize that if there is a criminal case against you and they can point to any kind of fraud or anything, you lose your attorney-client privilege. In other words, as Clinton's staff attorney, because she was a DOJ staff attorney, as Clinton's staff attorney, she had to defend him. And that meant she was turning over her files on him. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh.
But, Rod Rosenstein's wife's also got a story.
Yeah, Lisa Barsumian.
No, that's his wife, his sister, rather.
His sister. Who's his sister?
Messonnier.
Okay.
Nancy Messonnier. So while Trump was in India in February of 2020, she pulls together a teleconference with the media and lets them know that COVID's coming.
What?
And, wait, let me finish the thought, because it's like, damn, it's a gotcha. So the night Trump gets back from India, he got back late at night, but he didn't even wait till the next day. He appointed Pence to be the head of the COVID task force. He replaced Fauci with Pence, just so you know, on the end of February. But anyway, Trump has said 1 million times that Operation Warp Speed is a huge success. And when you put the timeline together, it very much supports the fact that she was the kickoff to Operation Warp Speed. Speed ahead into March, there's a hearing in the House, I believe. I'm pretty sure it was in the House. They had one Francis Collins in front of them asking him about what Nancy had done. And he was spitting nails. He said, yeah, we're very upset with her for that. Because one of the things that Trump did, because their plan was to pop this on us after they got Trump out of office. He pushed that schedule up, warp speed, right? He pushed that schedule up.
Yeah.
She kicks it off. We go into COVID. They're not quite ready. They were scrambling. And when people start scrambling, you tend to goof, right?
Yes,
Right.
absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. And that's what's starting to come out.
Oh my gosh. Wow. That's interesting. I did not know any of that. So we got.
I have a head for useless facts. Just to
No, not me. Well, actually, no, I really do, actually. But good to be here. It's good to see everybody. Kicking it in Rumble, Rehab, Bamlo, Prozac, Projectile. I love that name.
That's an interesting name.
Yeah. Miss you 28 and 3 and 45. Welcome. Hey, and shout out to the to S Jones 39. Good to see you, love. Thank you for the raid. Military Mom, Cat Father B. There's Cat Mother B as well. And then, of course, we got the lovely Marissa DNC. And I think I saw Krista kicking it somewhere. CW Varnum.
Chris has been all over this with her dishwashy hands.
Yeah. Shout out to Krista. Shout out to Maiden Pew. Dar Family, April Ann E, Sober Lady 77. We got everybody, all the OGs and some new names. Satex Sherry, welcome in. Good to see Lefty as well, as always. Lefty goes way back. And there's the Ballistic Mitchell. What's up, bro? Kicking off the show with some very generous contributions over there with some gold pill love, as per usual. The lovely Dixie dropping her usual phone call to start off the show. Thank you so much, Dixie.
That's so nice.
Thank you to Jen Hall with the can. Braze Piano with the cookie. Hat tip to Scott 17. More info on the Spokane arsonist. I grabbed that one. I think I grabbed that one from the Sean John file. Thank you, Krista.
He was arrested yesterday.
2 days ago. The
2 days
arsonist? Yeah. He was also...
Are you kidding? It was 2 days ago?
Yeah, he was also... he was in prison for murdering his father.
Yes. I knew that.
Holy shit.
He's one of the few that got out on a compassionate release.
Right. Compassionate, all right.
So compassionate, he burnt down an entire neighborhood.
Unbelievable. And then who else we got? Sly Park with a pair of banger shades. Let's go, Sly Park. Thank you. She says, stay based, stay blessed, stay in prayer. Patriots.
Always.
Always. That's right. Dylan's mom with 117 gold pills. Thank you, Dylan's mom. General Buford with back-to-back cookies. And then we got, thank you, General Buford. And then we got Crystal Loves David with a cookie. God bless, prayers and blessings for my beautiful ARM family. Wow. Thank you, Crystal. Thank you, Patriots. All right.
Scott 17 just said he's linked to 25 fires. Last I heard, they were working on linking him, so they've now linked him to those 25.
Wow.
Wow.
How do you not get the death penalty for something like that?
I don't know. I mean, you saw those homes. There was nothing.
There's
there wasn't
nothing
even
left.
a foundation.
There's nothing left. That's crazy.
That is unbelievable.
There's got to be there's had to have at least been how many deaths as a result?
Well, it would seem to me, and this is my opinion.
Wow.
It would seem to me they can find a way to get a terrorism charge out of that.
That
right?
is terrorist. That's right. That's a great point.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't even think about that. Yep.
Which you get a whole new set of minimums, right?
Yeah, from Ari Hoffman, Aaron Farinacci, Italian. The convicted murderer accused of intentionally starting the Old Trails fire in Spokane, Washington, has admitted to starting 24 other fires since last July, including the Aubrey White fire on July 6th and the Minnock fire on July 8th. Detectives had had corroborated evidence indicating the man started at least 4 of the 25 fires he had described, according to court docs. Former Governor Jay Inslee is still claiming it was climate change, though, everybody.
Of course it was.
You know?
Well, he's not wrong. The climate has changed. Hang the son of a bitch. Okay? The climate has changed. No more forgiveness. Hang the son of a bitch.
Hey,
Because
Jay-
I'm done.
Yeah. Hey, Jay. Yeah. What do you think starting an arsonist starting all those fires has done for climate? Think that's contributed to any climate change, maybe? Farinacci told Spokane County Sheriff's detectives that he spent 2 weeks planning the fire he had started Saturday, and that he chose the day because it was especially windy, hot, and dry.
So that's the climate change? It was hot and dry? The beginning of August?
Who's giving him these somebody's got to be giving him these directives.
I would assume people like that don't go down alone.
He also said that
It doesn't feel like a lone wolf to me.
No, it doesn't. He said that he picked the grassy tree-lined area near West Euclid and Old Trails Road because he knew the fire was, quote, was going to get bad, but claimed he didn't intend for it to grow as large as it did. Really?
Really? On a hot, dry day with no water?
No. No. The detective reported the man told him he feels fire is powerful and beautiful, and that arson, quote, is an easy crime to get away with. The man allegedly said he always carries marijuana or cigarettes to use as an arson alibi in case he gets caught with a lighter or matches near one of his fires. The 4 other fires the detective found evidence the man had allegedly started, including July 6, 2025 blaze at Riverside State Park that burned more than 1,200 acres and prompted evacuation orders. Farinacci also confessed to setting another fire 2 days later in West Spokane that forced residents of nearby homes.
Stop. Laura Vogel's offended.
Why?
It's pronounced Spokane.
Really? It's got an E at the end of it.
The E is silent.
Is this true?
She just put it into the Rumble chat. It's pronounced
Scott.
Spokane.
Now I want to call it Spokane even more.
Now you're going to call it Spokane. I tried, Laura. I tried. There you go.
Yeah, okay. We'll call it Spokompton.
Spokompton.
Bobby Digital. All right, we're going to go with Spokompton. Fair enough. He also confessed. Prosecutors on Wednesday requested to charge the man with 4 more counts of first-degree arson and may seek additional charges once the full extent of his actions is known. This dude can clearly never, ever be released. Ever. He's already killed his father. Murder. In 2010, Farinacci killed his father after an argument about
I'm going to go a step further. If he's going to kill his father, then set all these fires, that goes beyond recidivism. That's somebody you can't correct. I would prefer him meet a certain shack with an electric cord. So just going to put that out there. This is a death penalty to me. People go to prison because there's a hope for them to recover from or mend their ways, right?
Yep.
But this guy clearly is not one of those candidates.
Well, at least that's how it used to be.
Yeah.
So again, he killed his father in 2010 after an argument about doing the dishes. Then attempted to kill his mother and then himself. He served 10 years after being released. He served 10 years before being released.
Killing his father, he got 10 years?
10 years. For murder and attempted murder.
Well, it is Spokane. I mean...
Well, there's also another news. This is crazy because court just ordered Meta to pay $567 million over child harm. A, where the hell does that money go to? B, actually, I think I know where that money goes towards.
Wait a minute, who?
Because I think this is a Norm Eisen case.
Oh.
I think.
It's a lawfare case.
New Mexico. Yeah, this, what was it? Oh my gosh. It was something that we shouldn't want to go against Meta. ergo Facebook. Because I think it was, another lawfare attempt. Another attempt at lawfare, and I believe Norm Eisen was behind it. So, New Mexico Judge Brian Bedscheid compared Meta to air pollution and called it a public nuisance. Although Meta is not alone in this regard, its social media platforms are a significant contributing factor to the current mental health crisis among New Mexico's youth. Really? Bullshit. How many kids nowadays are even using Facebook? Bullshit.
I thought it was an elderly site anymore. They've gone to so many different platforms. They're saying that he was, and then, it is Norm Eisen.
Is it
Harming
Norm
mental
Eisen?
health and
Really?
safety. It is Norm Eisen. $375 million penalty.
He said the bulk of the money, $420 million, will be used for treatment services for young people. The rest will go toward awareness and prevention, screening services, and other costs over the next 5 years. In the first phase, jurors had ordered $375 million in civil penalties against Meta, determining that it knowingly harmed children's mental health and concealed what it knew about child exploitation on its platforms. Really? Facebook is probably one of the most heaviest censored social media platforms on the planet. In the second phase, prosecutors had asked the judge to impose fundamental changes at Meta aimed at reining in addictive features, improving age verification, and preventing child sex. Something tells me this is not about children at all. Something tells me this is another aim at censorship. I'll be interested to see, because I bet you Mike Benz has probably got a little bit to say about this. In March, a Los Angeles, California jury found that Meta and YouTube were liable for teens' mental health and awarded her $3 million in damages for a particular teen's mental health. The plaintiff, a 20-year-old woman identified as KGM or Kaylee, said she became addicted to Meta's app Instagram and Google's YouTube as a child. You gotta be kidding me, right? KGM said she developed a body dysmorphia and had suicidal ideations
for God's sakes.
because of her addiction to the social media platforms. Body dysmorphia?
In other words, transgender.
And this was Norm Eisen?
Yeah, Norm Eisen took that case.
On Thursday, New Mexico court ordered Meta to pay a whopping $567 million payment in the largest ruling against the social media company yet. They were initially seeking well over $1 trillion, almost like $3 trillion.
Listen to what they did. Talk about New Mexico being in on it. New Mexico Attorney General Raul Torres launched the lawsuit following an undercover sting operation. State agents created a fake profile impersonating a 13-year-old, which was almost immediately flooded with sexually explicit content and targeted solicitations from child abusers.
So,
and we know what they do, right? We know that it's entrapment.
But they do. They're sneaky about it.
But New
Mexico
Mexico is in on it. So this is a budget backstop for New Mexico.
Son of a bitch.
They successfully argued that Meta prioritized corporate profit over safety and emotional well-being.
I covered this a few weeks ago, and I said this was going to happen. I knew it.
They engaged in unconscionable trade practices.
I knew this was going to happen. I knew this was going to be the outcome. Disgusting.
I was listening to somebody with Joe Rogan, I guess a few days ago.
Andrew Wilson?
I don't remember the guy's name. All I know is Joe Rogan said if the only traffic on X was American traffic, would all
it was Andrew
noise
Wilson.
go away?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And he said absolutely. And he gave, it was a really good interview.
Well, that's Andrew Wilson, who now works for Turning Point USA. And in that same interview, he also revealed that he had offered Candace Owens $350,000 to debate him, and she turned it down.
She turned it down. I knew about that part of it, but I didn't realize that was him.
Yeah, he's badass, and I love it because he just sits behind that.
His interview with Joe Rogan was really good.
He always going on Pierce Morgan, and he's smoking heaters right on Pierce Morgan's show. Does not care. I love it.
Well, I like his, because he's quick, right? I like his style.
Yep.
I like how, and he doesn't back down from anything.
And his wife is based really
See,
smart.
I don't know much
too.
about him. I'm only, I committed to learning more after that interview.
Yeah. Andrew Wilson. Yeah, don't forget that name. Also,
I'm writing it down.
Here's another one. This is pretty sick. The Red Cross apparently deleted a documentary that was going to push a Afghan migrant success story. They deleted it, though, after he is arrested for stuffing the body of a British aid worker in a suitcase. This is your Red Cross.
Okay.
Wow. That's pretty crazy.
Okay. No, I can't.
Yeah. That's the Red Cross for you guys. Former Clinton
That's
pollster.
pathetic.
Yeah, it is pathetic. Former Clinton pollster Mark Penn explains how easy it will be for Abdul al-Sayed to lose Michigan in that general election. Word has it, Mike Rogers is sitting pretty there in Michigan.
Okay, so do you know who Mike Rogers is?
I know of him. Not to be confused, everybody, with Admiral Mike Rogers.
Not Admiral, no.
Yeah.
Mike Rogers was in the Congress. He was in the House. Okay?
Yeah.
Back in 2011, he was the chairman of the House Intel Committee. Chris Stevens sat before him and his committee the week before Benghazi. And he admitted it to Megyn Kelly on air in 2012.
Oh.
And then in 2014, he suddenly left office saying that he was going to, quote, fill a void in talk radio, which was a complete flop.
Yeah, I was going to say that didn't work out very
It was
well.
a complete flop. And he's kind of rambled around. But he then moved to Florida and has since mended ways with Trump, went back to Michigan to run for that seat. So I don't know what the game is here, but I don't trust Mike Rogers.
You don't trust him? Okay. Is Trump endorsing him?
I hadn't heard that he had, but he's since mended ways with Trump and went back there. Actually, people in Michigan, well, the left, they're trying to call him a carpetbagger because he had moved to Florida.
What's a carpetbagger?
Somebody, Liz Cheney, don't live in the state, but run for a seat in the state.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Not your primary residence kind of thing.
Right. All right. I have to find out if Trump is endorsing him. I think is the first
I can
move.
look into that, but I don't know.
Well, either way, I'm sure it's better than a communist.
Yeah. Well, Abdul's numbers have tanked, so I'm not.
Yeah. Rep Andy, speaking of, Rep Andy Ogles just lost his primary to challenger Charlie Hatcher.
Oh, wow. Trump has fully endorsed Mike Rogers.
Oh, okay.
For the U.S. Senate seat.
Well, I'm going to go with Trump on this one.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to follow.
I was just shocked.
Yeah.
To see him come back into the news. It's like, are you kidding?
Yeah.
He's been gone since 2014. And a lot of people questioned because of what was going on in Benghazi, the actual story behind what happened in Benghazi. Chris Stevens is dead a week after meeting with them.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell? And then he leaves, and well, I guess now he's gotten his blessing, right?
Yep. So, yeah, again, I'm going to follow Trump's lead on this one. Also, a couple other quick things here. Rand Paul speaking to reporters after Fauci contempt resolution passes, officially delivers letters to prosecute Fauci to the DOJ. Also, Obama judge dismissed criminal case against a former Olympian, David Hearn, and
David Hearn is Norm Eisen as well.
Yeah, in the dreadful case
Of the
reflection pool. I can't stand that. I can't stand that topic. Drives me nuts. Mike Lee, Senator Mike Lee says Save America Act is moving in a, quote, very favorable direction. Senate GOP is now set to debate on how to advance election security measures. What else we got? Follow the money, pressing lawmakers on Todd Blanche's difficult confirmation process. Senate Democrats continue to be useless, of course. Let's see what else we got going on here.
Did you see Fauci's wife?
Yeah, giving the bird.
Christine Grade.
Yeah, giving the bird. Trump signed an executive order adding limits to birthright citizenship and banning birther tourism. Let's go.
I died laughing on that one. So, the uterus is now considered a mode of transport.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, you sent me that. I couldn't believe. That's great. That's genius. It's very clever.
It is. It's actually clever.
Yeah. Yep. Fuck it.
Yeah.
And then from Jeff Clark, here's the big reveal for today, teased by John Solomon last night. Not only did Iran hack the 2020 election, not only did China hack millions of voter files in 2020, not only did we learn Venezuela can use voting machines to flip votes, as the president announced in a rare White House evening address from the East Room, but today we learned through declassified documents that a hacker in Arizona purloined hundreds of thousands of voter files out of Maricopa County,
It
Arizona.
was specific Maricopa. Do you know Maricopa is the only county listed in the QPOS?
Yes. Yes,
The
I do
only
know that.
county.
Yep.
Just thought we'd bring that back up.
Yep.
Because it's obvious that there's something big coming out of Maricopa.
Which I've been always anticipating. Like,
Yeah.
when the focus shifted to Georgia, Fulton County, I was like, I've always felt like Georgia's going to be the hub for something, but Maricopa was the focus in the drops. Why aren't we focusing on Maricopa?
Well, it looks like we're getting back to it.
Which just so happens to be one of the key 2020 battleground states that decided that election, by the way, the one that, Fox News called way too early for Biden. Nothing was done to prosecute the American hacker at the federal or state level, which makes no sense. Unless they're included on the grand conspiracy case, maybe. Standing alone, the Maricopa County, Arizona hack was one of the largest compromises in U.S. history of confidential voter data. But I thought there was no evidence of widespread voter fraud, Sean and Kathy.
You realize one of the things that I looked up is these states are selling the voter data. I think you're going to get into a different story. They're not supposed to sell PII, right? Personally identifiable information.
Right.
They're not supposed to sell that, but these files were PII. So it down begs the question, did they sell this data or was it hacked? Because I've seen many times where they use the term hack, but it really wasn't.
So there's a hang up on language here somewhere, right?
Yeah.
They're
Well, we use the word
deliberately-
hack. Look at Michigan and Montana. Their water systems were hacked. And you got Trump saying, yeah, that's BS.
Yeah, that was Minnesota and Michigan. And
Minnesota and Michigan.
total
right?
of 12 states. And I think, if I'm not mistaken,
But
most,
they're claiming the Iranians
Yeah.
hacked them.
yeah, but
They're
weren't.
both states are saying that. So the term hack is a fluid term.
I felt like that whole situation is funny too. There's something else going on there. And Iran, really? You expect me to believe the country,
That right now is trying to figure out how to survive.
yeah,
and
who's been bombed to smithereens,
Like
somehow
Trump
was
said-
able to hack. Come on,
like Trump said, Iran's got bigger things to deal with right now.
I almost think it was Israel.
Oh, for God's sake.
I think the states are creating it.
Yeah,
those
well,
states are
because
creating it.
what's going on right now? Fraud. It's a way to get some money.
That's a good point.
They
Yeah.
gotta balance their budgets. Fraud is kicking their butts right now, especially with the clawbacks.
Yep. Actually, good point. Ukraine defense reshuffle. Why did Ukraine fire its very popular defense minister? Don't know. Also, a 50-year insider says the months leading up to November 3rd could be some of the most dangerous in U.S. history.
Yeah.
You think so too, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
I think actually, I think we should start to see it start to come down by November. But yeah, between now and November, it's gonna be hopping.
This says get ready for martial law, violence and looting, radical groups mobilizing like the crazies to spread disorder and panic.
They've been trying to do that. So far, they've not been successful with mass things like this.
Because you got to sell it to the public somehow, too.
Not
right?
just sell it, you need funding and check out who's been sanctioned and how much funding they're not getting. Right? They need funding to do that. So I think that's a bit of fear mongering with some reality to, make it plausible.
Yeah. Or they're going to get crafty about how they send that money in, I guess. I don't know. So what should patriotic Americans do to prepare? One man, however, who accurately called the Great Recession of the 2008, Trump's first election in 2016 and the COVID crisis, has gone public with alarming new research about what could be in store this summer leading up to Election Day. We'll see.
They're desperate they're doing everything they can to take the House. At least the House. They would love both chambers, but they're trying to come up with a way, because if they can get control of one or both chambers, then they can pretty much upend the rest of Trump's agenda.
All right, they get the House?
All they need is one or more chambers, right? They only need one.
You think if they got one, they could
They
handcuff
did it
them?
in 2018. Look what they did. When you have two chambers working together, bills get passed. And a lot of what Trump wants, remember, from the beginning, we've heard that, his executive orders were going to be codified into bills.
Yeah, but
Ain't
bills
gonna
haven't gotten
happen.
passed.
Yeah.
Bills haven't been getting passed.
They've gotten a couple. One of them, a housing bill, overwhelmingly passed with a veto-proof majority. Trump refused to sign it, so they did. It was 10 days passed, automatically signs into law.
Mm-hmm.
So that just happened last week or early this week.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a standoff going on. But the what they're trying to do, though, if they can get at least one chamber, preferably both, then they can upend Trump's agenda. And that's what they're trying to do.
I got a feeling that Trump's kind of armed for this, though. I got a feeling he's preparing.
Okay,
He's
so
prepared for
Dan
this.
Scavino put out Trump picking up that extra large bag of popcorn.
Yeah.
He reposted it again today.
He also
I'm not worried.
He also reposted Rosie O'Donnell with massive TDS. Great.
yeah.
A great AI.
She's going back to The View, I heard.
Oh, gosh. Okay.
I know.
Oh, gosh. Also, I get a great testimony from today. Or was it yesterday? I'm sorry. I think it was from yesterday. Inspiring testimony from NJAC Laws, National Jewish Advocacy, Ariel Klepek. Klepak. Today at the Senate Judiciary hearing, that was yesterday. And it was about 5 minutes of her going through Muslim Brotherhood.
Oh, let's play that. Oh, I think I saw it. Play that.
Was wow.
Play that.
And damn, she's beautiful. By the way, shout out to S Jones 39 for a pair of banger shades. She says, "Gotta get my shades on for all the light you two expose." Bless you both for what you
Thank
do.
you.
Love
Thank you.
this arm, fam. Thank you, S. Jones.
You remember what they did to Bachman?
Michelle?
Yeah. Remember what they did to her? She tried to expose Muslim Brotherhood in the Congress and in the government.
Okay, yep, I remember.
And they
now.
ripped her a new one. She ended up leaving.
Yep.
She retired from government service.
Yep.
And, well, you do remember who the kind of the ringleader for going after her was, don't you? The one we don't mention his name. He was the ringleader.
Who?
We don't mention his name.
Bullshit.
McStain.
Oh.
Yeah. So when she came out, she did a few things. One, she was the one that exposed about Obamacare self-appropriating itself. But she also put out this report about Muslim Brotherhood, and they ripped her a new one. She was tore to pieces over that. She did not.
Maybe we need to go back and revisit it, because sounds like she was
that's
over
what's
the
coming
target.
out now. And when you talk about Muslim Brotherhood, and you talk about Cuba, you see where that's going. They're
Yes. Two different factions, though, right?
two factions, yes, but both have worked together.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Well, it was very compelling. Oh, and you know what I looked up today? I wanted to know if they do a form of Islamic mortgages in the UK.
The Sharia compliant.
And they do.
They do.
Holy cow.
That was a good dig, right?
Yeah,
that was
matter
a
of
really
fact,
good dig.
they do in many other countries that have opened their doors to Islamic.
Which is a money laundering thing, right?
It's got to be. And I found out it's kind of this rent to own sort of thing.
But the thing with it is you never know, because they do this rent to own agreement, and the interest and everything is tacked into that.
Yeah.
But what gets reported is not the value of the home. It's several times bigger because it's a rent to own situation. So that's how they're laundering.
Oh my gosh.
So, if you're supposed to pay $1,000 a month and you do a rent to own, they're charging $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 a month. Do you see where that
yes,
that delta is getting laundered into terrorism?
Wow. So I grabbed actually a clip of somebody in UK. This panel was taking questions. This government panel was taking questions, and somebody got up and asked the question, and was gaslit. It was completely gaslit in front of the whole audience. The audience was just like, "You got to be kidding me with that answer." So I can't wait to play that.
Did everybody knew he was gaslit?
Yes, everybody.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Speaking of Maricopa County official leaked a legal threat letter to the Washington Post as a threat to journalists looking out for voter fraud in Arizona. Janine L. LeCure, Chief of Staff for Strategic Planning and Communication, Office of Maricopa County Attorney Rachel Mitchell, terrified that James O'Keefe will expose voter fraud. And before he even received the letter, because it was a letter that was supposed to go to him, somebody else got a letter and sent it to WAPO before he even got the letter.
So O'Keefe never got the letter?
He never even got it. And he made the call and talked directly to this Janine chick, who's the Chief of Staff for Strategic Planning and Communications in Maricopa. He called her and he recorded her calling her. And it was, holy shit, it was interesting.
Oh, we got to play that too.
Yeah, I get some golden gems tonight, guys. And I brought some of that Andrew Wilson.
Yeah, I like that guy.
Yeah.
I really do. He's pretty cool.
He's a fire breather for sure. And then I got a whole lot of stuff regarding the SAVE Act. One thing here with Ron Johnson, an update from him. A whole lot of John Solomon tonight, guys.
Yeah, keep an eye on what's going on in Florida, by the way. So recognize, too, take note of the fact that John Solomon knows about the existence of some things. So yesterday we got the those 3 memos.
He sure does, yeah.
Right? So what he's doing is he says, these memos exist. Somebody finds them. It was DeGeneva that declassified them. That's the big deal.
Yeah, but it also turns out there are some Republicans who are blocking information that DeGeneva is seeking.
Mm-hmm.
And Solomon calls out these.
Yes,
I think it's Thune and.
It's Thune and Cornyn.
Tom Cotton.
Tom Cotton and Thune.
Wow. He argues that newly declassified evidence strengthens the legal case surrounding the FBI's Trump-Russia investigation, but says key documents are still being withheld. He named Senate Majority Leader John Thune and Senate Intelligence Committee Chairman Tom Cotton.
So let's step back a bit. They also won't give up the list of names from the Congress that have been using the Justice Fund.
That's right. Yep.
You got the Senate Election Committee, the GOP Senatorial Committee. Something is telling me that these individuals may have gotten their campaign funding in a less than savory way. That Justice Fund one is getting to me. That's a $1.8 billion fund. And you're talking state level elections that cost a couple $100 million, right?
Nobody wanted John Thune. I remember when he was being considered, and everybody was
Trump
like,
wanted him, and I think I can defend him to a part, okay? The bills that everybody's screaming about, he can't get them to the floor if there's no vote. All right? If he can't get the vote, if he brings it to the floor and the vote goes down, it's dead till the next session. You'll see, for example, when they bring a vote to the floor and you'll see the Senate Majority Leader or Minority Leader flip their vote at the last minute, that keeps that bill alive. So I can go there. Thune himself, we were all wondering, why did Trump push him?
yeah.
But then as you look at what Trump does, he tends to put people in a position of exposure.
Yeah.
So if these documents are being withheld, if they're gatekeeping these documents, there's something there.
Something there, right? Absolutely, and it's not just this one scenario; it's others as well.
There's several scenarios.
So, for fuck's sake, let's see. Ask John Solomon what the greatest threat to U.S. elections was. His answer wasn't what you would expect. You'd think to ask him, is it China? Is it Russia? Mm-hmm. He says our own intelligence agencies.
He's right. That is right.
Wow.
That is right. Now, why can he say that confidently? Because that's what came out on the White House site, is there's key intelligence that the IC has been withholding.
Unreal.
So he's not wrong in saying that.
This son of a bitch.
There's a lot of gatekeepers left, but I feel like we know more right now than we knew even 4 months ago.
Sure.
So somebody's losing the game, don't you think? Which makes it almost comical to look at the back and forth anymore.
Agreed. Yeah, I agree with that. And then you shared a clip today, Maria Bartiromo clip.
Yes.
Couple the warning Loomis gives to Democrats here with Treasury selling off euros to defend the yen, which simultaneously weakens the euro.
The euro.
That happened last week. And then you have
it's happening now.
A perfect storm brewing, you said, right? A perfect storm of what? For what?
Economic. It's an economic collapse. We're in that territory, and you now got Wall Street, you got the international markets, you've got a lot of money managers all. So I got to go backwards on this. I mean, that 111 missiles from Japan, now are you seeing it play through?
Yeah.
What was that about? It was an intervention to defend the yen, right?
Right.
Okay. So Japan started dumping U.S. bonds. And we worked out a deal with them so that we could preclude that, right?
Yep.
When Japan dumped the bonds, they took the euros that they got and bought yen. Then what Scott Bessent did is he said, let's take our reserve money, let's go buy some yen. They're using the reserves we have of the euro dollar, cashing it in to get yen. So we're defending the yen. Who is the bad guy in this? It's all the speculators. They were betting against the yen. They were shorting it. And as long as the yen was weakening, they were making money hand over fist. And Japan and the U.S. pretty much slapped them down.
Yeah.
So then now you're looking at a situation where the U.S. dollar is weak, the yen is weak, the euro's weak.
And that's what they wanted to achieve, right?
Well, no, you make everybody weak so nobody wins, but that was an intentional plan by Japan and the U.S. And so now the euro's weakening, and you're starting to get the screens. Remember last week when Warsh didn't raise the interest rates?
Yes.
Okay.
We all thought he was going to, right?
The market was expecting him to raise the interest rates. Why? Because as all this is going on with the yen, the yields return is increasing, so they're losing money, right? If you got a treasury at 4% interest and it goes up to 4.5% interest, you're losing money now on it, right?
Right. Yeah.
So they expected Warsh to increase the interest rate so they could at least stay in balance.
Yep.
And he didn't do it. Pissed them off and the market tanked, right?
Genius.
So then you got, don't forget, you had Wall Street on this buying spree now for a couple weeks where they weren't buying the insurance. They were just buying into the market. And you had this huge spread. And then you got the yen starting to collapse. That's how they're making money to do that. And then you turn around and we start selling euros to buy yen. I thought that was the funniest thing.
See, I can see, though, as somebody kind of like that doesn't cover or entertain economics enough, I could see how that all this back and forth, this recycling, and is confusing.
I get
can see
it.
how people can get so confused. And
just here's this short and sweet. The perfect storm. I have been saying for years, we're going to get the clarity.
Weaken the dollar. That's crazy to think that Trump would want to do that.
No, we're not weakening the dollar. We weakened the euro dollar, not the U.S. dollar. Japan started to weaken the dollar. They came up with a deal to stop Japan from dumping bonds. Japan turned around and they used the euro dollar reserve that they have, just like we did, and they bought yen back. So the euro dollar is being weakened. All three currencies are weakened right now.
So what?
Because of speculators.
Yeah, our currency as well, right?
Yeah, all of them are because of speculators. So, and then Bessent put out something to the effect of, and I don't have the exact wording in front of me, but I can't wait to meet my good friend, the Japanese finance minister at the G7, essentially telling the world, get your shit together, stop this gamesmanship, because what we're working on at the G7 is going to double down, right? He's saying, you got till the 20th of August or you're going to regret what you're doing. So it's really, because so from now till the 20th, we're going to watch this back and forth, but it's hysterical to watch.
Yeah.
So let me go backwards. In 2008, when the economy crashed, they got Congress to suddenly pass a $700 billion bailout bill in October of 2008.
Mm-hmm.
What did they do?
Pissed off a lot of people.
They scared the shit out of Congress. It again was an election year. That one was a general, but it was an election year, remember? It was October, literally a couple of weeks before the election. They scared the shit out of Congress because there's so many of them up for re-election. Nobody wants over their head a tanked economy.
Yeah,
so they said, yes,
banks.
we couldn't hurry up fast enough into the well to vote yes on that bailout. And I've been saying to people for years, I think what's going to get this monetary system shift in is a 2008 style
2008
style scare.
Wow. Scare event necessary?
Yeah. And I do think because what you got to bring it to the brink, otherwise Congress is going to cry foul. So and if you watch what's going on in the market, the global monetary system is under tremendous stress. I mean, it's starting to ping the meter. It's so high up there. And even credit is starting to seize up. When you start seeing credit seize up, which is what's happening, it means money's not moving. If money stops moving.
Yeah.
So now you place Cynthia Lummis and what she actually warned the Democrats. And she said, I don't think we're going to go on our August break. I think we're going to work through the weekend. And the Clarity Bill is one of them. She goes through it, and it's a 9-minute segment. Go ahead and play it.
You think we're going to get both the Clarity Act and the SAVE Act before midterms?
She says that's what's on the table. I don't know.
Well, you also get confirmation from Mike Lee that they're working on it, too. So
one of the things that occurred to me is
it's not going to look good. It's not going to look good. If they go on vacation and they don't pass either one of those.
Well, that's not the only thing. There's a couple of other things. There's also a short-term funding bill. I can see where all of this gets thrown together. I sent you that theory that you liked, where I can see all of this gets thrown together. Phew, get us out of town now because we got it passed. I can see that happening.
Oh, right down to the wire. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, money is, if you have money, for those, that's one thing I learned working for myself, and the nature of the work that I did, that was a luxury item for folks. Mm-hmm. It wasn't a necessity. That's one thing I learned, because it catered to upper class. Who can afford a very flamboyant, big, massive, decorative indoor fireplace from basement to the top of the third floor that's all exposed? You know, even your middle class not only can't afford it, but probably wouldn't want to afford something like that. So I met a lot of very, not just rich isn't the word for it. No,
they're uber wealthy.
They have what you call fuck off money.
Yeah,
they can tell anybody. And
it's not the $5 in your pocket. They carry 100%. In their pocket $5,000 and $10,000. Yeah, I've known several, and it's like, damn.
They don't even handle money. The people, they have people that do it for them. Yeah. Everything.
Your people will get in touch with their people.
Yes, but I am the people, so you're going to talk to me. So I got to understand real quick that it is not a thing. You sign it and done. Like, don't even think twice about it. So, but I also learned that they have to move it, which is why they're always big with investing.
Because you don't make money letting it sit.
It does, yeah. It doesn't make money.
It's got to move, and they're constantly shifting around. I don't know if you ever saw the movie Annie. And he's got 5 phones on his desk. Buy copper. And he's got all these phones.
I don't know if I've seen
money has to keep. It's a musical. You wouldn't have seen it. It's one of those things that if you're not constantly trading and dealing, your money goes stale.
Yeah. So
you make money from the trade, not from sitting it.
In other words, if any of you out there has any great business ideas, you maybe found a an inside track on something, a service, and a product or a service that is needed, that there's, maybe a need for it. So write up a business plan. Even use AI to do it, and they'll
AI writes
provide
great
you.
business plans. By the way,
They'll provide you all the necessary data too to get a loan. Not even a loan, but you go on Google or any search engine and you type in local private investors. Just type in local private investors, and you will come
or
up
angel.
with
All the other term is angel investors.
yeah, angel investors. And if you have a great business idea and you want to start your own business or work for yourself, and you can promise that investor a good return on their investment, they have. If it sounds pretty to them, you present them a great business plan.
Why do I need to wear a Cheech and Chong hat?
What?
Please get Feisty in a Cheech and Chong hat.
No.
what the Utah? What are you trying to do to me? I'm sorry. That popped up and I'm like, what? Where?
I could think of some funnier things, but I guess that would be pretty funny.
Why? Why would that be funny?
I'd say sombrero.
A sombrero.
I'd say sombrero. Yeah. Also, Middle East negotiators have reportedly agreed to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. That and so much more, guys.
Ultra.
I'm gonna share screen right now, and we'll get into it, shall we?
Go ahead.
All right. As I said, Middle East negotiators have reportedly agreed to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. But Sean and Kathy, this is like the 50th time we've heard this.
Yeah, we've seen this movie before. So now we're going to get either something coming out of Ukraine or something coming out of the EU. They're going to throw the one bomb, throw everything up in arms, and
Yeah.
Trump is going to get bombastic, and he's going to throw a bomb at Iran, and then we're going to get okay, we want to make a deal. I mean, we've seen this movie too many times.
We certainly have.
Fox News alert, we're closing in on a deal. Mideast negotiators have reportedly agreed to open up the strait with no tolls on one condition. State media says no U.S. or Israeli ships can sail through. So that's not happening. POTUS says this is all going to be over pretty soon, and even the gay Ayatollah is begging Gulf neighbors, please tell Trump to stop the airstrikes and lift the blockade. The president wrestling with leaks back home. The media reporting we're running out of missiles. The White House says bogus.
We have certain types of munitions that are very powerful, that we have virtual unlimited supply. We have others where it's a little bit tighter, and we're getting them in on a daily basis. We have literally massive amounts of ammunition.
Trump says the leakers will be hunted down and jailed. We have stockpiles all over the world that we haven't even tapped. These leaks are mostly designed to pressure Congress into sending the Pentagon more money, which they deserve, but that's not the way to do it. Marines on the Box are keeping the wall of steel sturdy. 49 vessels have been turned around. Meanwhile, we have troops training in the Mojave. They're testing out high-tech gear that could change warfare forever. Robots working with soldiers on foot, recon drones, and new battlefield sensors. And our Air Force is developing AI-controlled F-16s. They're flying over Florida. The pilot's still in the cockpit for now, just to make sure everything goes smooth. And in the Far East, Taiwan's wargaming, turning themselves into a porcupine if China gets frisky. The U.S. military and our allies are ready for anything, anywhere, anytime.
So, question from Sunshine PSG with a can says, what do you think of Mitch McConnell making a vote by proxy today?
So, don't you find it interesting that as the milk carton is going viral around the ecosphere,
Yes.
suddenly
Yeah.
he's coming out of the hospital? It also said that it wasn't likely that he was going to make it back to Congress before the break for a vote. So now all of a sudden he's voting by proxy. His chief of staff is busier than hell. That's
Thank
all
you. All right. Yes, that's exactly what. Oh gosh, it's like well, how's the saying go? You're pissing on me and telling me it's raining.
Right.
Bullshit.
Right.
I don't believe he says,
So my husband said to me, maybe he was released from the hospital because he had to go into hospice.
Yeah, he's probably in a hospice right now. Come on. I don't believe it for 1 minute.
All that told me is he's going to be a no vote on some things. I mean, we
Yeah.
can blame the dead man, right? As we hold up things.
I'm not believing a damn minute of it.
People are also starting to ask where the hell Maxine Waters is.
Oh, I haven't heard that ratty, crazy witch in a hot minute. What's going on with her? All right.
Starting to ask that question. Awful lot of people are doing the extended vacays.
Yes, that's for sure. Yeah. They ain't got a prayer in hell if they go on vacation, though, before they pass the SAVE Act or the Clarity Act. They haven't got a prayer in hell.
Well, that would be the biggest political blunder ever.
Oh, gosh. It would
and
really
we'll end up
harm
in
Trump,
November
too.
with a bunch of commies.
Yeah. Oh, gosh. And you can blame them directly, as far as I'm concerned.
And what do we do about it? That's the point. They know damn well there's nothing we can do about it. Which is why somebody down in Florida, get off your damn ass, drop the bomb so we can move forward.
Yeah. Yeah, we need some accountability. All right, I got to show you this from yesterday. Ariel Klepik?
Oh, this is, yes.
This was awesome. Check this out.
Chairman Cruz and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Ariel Klepak, and I am Senior Litigation Counsel at the National Jewish Advocacy Center and a former federal prosecutor.
God, she's gorgeous.
When someone tells you who they are, believe them. The Muslim Brotherhood told us their strategy for the West, but don't take my word for it. They put it on paper. In 2004, the FBI seized a memorandum from the home of Muslim Brotherhood member and Hamas U.S.-based archivist Ismail el-Barase. The memo, written in 1991, described the work of the Muslim Brotherhood in the United States as, and I quote, a kind of grand jihad in eliminating and destroying Western society from within. In 1993, after the announcement of the Oslo Peace Accords, a peace agreement between the Israelis and the Palestinians, Muslim Brotherhood and Hamas members met in Philadelphia to discuss their plan to thwart the agreement. The FBI wiretapped the meeting, where the participants suggested the creation of a neutral-sounding organization for the purpose of deceiving Americans. That organization is the Council on American Islamic Relations, or CAIR. 35 years later, their plan is working just as designed. This is not a relic of the 1990s. It is a foreign terror-supporting movement on American soil targeting our Constitution and our founding principles. I would ask you to remember three things. These organizations are dangerous, they are in our schools, and they hide by abusing the very legal system they are working to dismantle. CAIR and its officials platform and maintain relationships with designated terrorists, not then, but today. Here are just a few examples. One, in 2025, the executive director of CAIR Ohio moderated an event that featured a member of Hamas. CAIR called it an oversight. Two, the International Union of Muslim Scholars, or IUMS, founded by the now designated foreign terrorist organization, the Egyptian Muslim Brotherhood, amplifies CAIR's work. This amplification is ongoing. This is the CAIR content that is on the IUMS website today. Three, CAIR's current executive director and 1993 meeting participant, Nihad Awad, has appeared at IUMS events, eulogized a U.S. designated terrorist who was also Osama bin Laden's spiritual leader, and openly celebrated Hamas's murder of civilians. Second, they are in our schools. CAIR New Jersey pushed their revisionist version of a 9/11 curriculum to nearly 30 public school districts that reframed the attacks as a predictable consequence of U.S. foreign policy. Imagine the kids in all those school districts walking around learning and believing that 9/11 was our fault. Other CARE curricula warn teachers not to say radical Islamic terrorism, and CARE boasts of its partnership with Chicago Public Schools, one of the largest in the country. Indoctrinating our children into believing that terrorism is justified resistance is the antithesis of everything this country stands for. Third, they abuse the legal system to shield themselves from discovery. For example, in Texas, where CARE is challenging its terrorist designation, they have repeatedly resisted turning over discovery the judge has ordered them to produce. The state has had to file 4 different motions to compel the discovery that CARE was already ordered to produce by the judge. When a former board member publicly exposed that CARE was receiving foreign funding through the Washington Trust Foundation and hiding it from its own board, CARE sued her for defamation, then dropped the suit the moment the discovery turned to its donor records. And in Virginia, CARE's affiliate organization, American Muslims for Palestine, was held in civil contempt for defying the Virginia Attorney General in a fraud investigation. In Illinois, the same lawyers were ordered to pay attorney's fees for engaging in, quote, baseless discovery disputes in litigation that they have already dragged on for nearly 20 years. So what can we do? Thankfully, most of what is needed is simply to enforce the laws we already have. Treasury sanctions, material support and racketeering investigations, and IRS review of these so-called charities that were never legitimate in the first place. Those steps are detailed extensively in my written testimony. But if I leave you with one legislative fix, let it be this. Close the successor organization loophole. When the Boehm family won a $156 million judgment for Hamas's murder of their American teenage son, the defendants dissolved and reappeared within a year under a new name. An entity found liable for material support should not escape by renaming itself, forcing both terror victims and the courts to play whack-a-mole for decades before achieving accountability. The Muslim Brotherhood told us who they are. They told us that they wanted to infiltrate American universities, media outlets, and research centers, and that is exactly what they've done. They teach our kids that 9/11 was our fault, they legitimize terrorism as justified resistance, and they abuse our legal process so that those who seek to expose them for who they really are, Muslims included, are silenced. We haven't been listening, and Americans pay that cost every day. We have the tools to fix this, and we must continue to act.
Wow, that was
Awesome.
Yeah, that was
Absolutely awesome.
Yep. What are your what's your takeaway from that?
Well, I don't know what's taken so long to go this far. You do remember who CARE is, right? The unindicted co-conspirators at Holy On.
Yep.
Also remember it was Chris Christie that refused to prosecute the tax issues
Right.
several years ago.
Yes, this Muslim Brotherhood thing has been continuing for at least 20 years now. We've heard this.
Because they've had all of this background support. Remember, it's CARE that's been shooting up ICE facilities in Texas.
Yeah.
And the kid that went on trial, it was CARE behind him then. Remember?
The
begins with an F. I can't think of his name.
The Carmelo one?
Carmelo. It was CARE behind him then.
Oh man.
So you've got CARE that is, and go back to those Sharia compliant mortgage products.
Yeah.
And you got people that are donating to these agencies. They know that it's funding terrorism. It was going overseas. It's coming back here, and they're pretty much funding what's going on the streets. So the fact that we're talking about Muslim Brotherhood in connection with CARE, there's something coming down. And don't forget where this started. It started with SPLC, remember?
Southern Poverty Law Center. Yes. Mm-hmm. Did it start with them?
Yeah, Southern Poverty Law Center. All this stuff started coming out.
Okay.
So you've got a number of things converging, and I'm going to just say this: when you know that Muslim Brotherhood, Weather Underground, Antifa, all have a Cuban connection.
Yep.
You can't ignore that.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, gets back to Charlie Kirk, but
sure does. Turning Point USA.
I have no doubt who killed Charlie Kirk are the communists. We knew this.
I got no
within
doubt
3
that
days.
they're after. It's Turning Point USA that they're after. I have no doubt in my mind at this point that it is actually Turning Point USA that they are ultimately
Well, they needed
after.
to take it down, and by taking down Charlie Kirk, they thought that they could minimize the organization. Instead, it grew. And it didn't just grow here in the U.S., it's grown globally.
What, Turning Point?
Yes.
Matter of
It's
fact,
growing.
all right, I found out the organization that is doing it, and oh boy, homework assignment, everybody.
Oh my God!
Homework assignment. All right, the assignment is for we need more information on this company, this organization called Unfuck America.
That's an actual organization?
It's called Unfuck America. Yes, that's who is paying everybody. The Candace, the Ian Carrolls, maybe even Tucker. There's a woman. And they are very open about it too.
You got an Unfuck America tour.
Yeah, it's the Unfuck America. They're all of them are in on it. So that might even be a good segue. That might even be a good segue into little Andrew Wilson.
I really liked his.
Yeah, who told Joe Rogan that Candace Owens won't accept $300,000 to debate her theories about Charlie Kirk's murder. But what he says about Turning Point is what really captured me. So you brought up Turning Point. We'll get this one out of the way.
This was good.
Yeah, check this out, guys.
The dinosaurs aren't real one. That one's great.
But have you noticed, like, the flat earthers have fleets of people who will debate their stances? Like, fleets of them who are like, we can't wait to debate with you on the flat earth. It's like, on the other side, though, in this particular conspiracy, you can't get these people to debate their positions.
Like, who won't debate their positions?
We offered Candace Owens, I offered her $300,000 to do a debate. I was like, we'll give you $300,000.
What is her position? What does she think happened?
She thinks that Israel worked in conjunction with TPUSA and Erica Kirk to murder Charlie.
Based on what?
Well, that's the million-dollar question. Nobody actually knows. She's never presented a single shred of evidence thus far that Israel ever worked to murder Kirk, that Erica Kirk certainly didn't. In fact, her position for the longest time was if Erica Kirk comes out and tells me to stop the conspiracy on this, I will. So Erica did. She went out publicly and she was like, enough. You're just causing more problems than good here as this investigation's going on. And then suddenly Erica's now part of the conspiracy. By the next day, she's trying to cover it up. She's part of the conspiracy too. When I went to the TPUSA HQ and I talked to Erica briefly while I was there, the first thing I did was what I think every normal, moral human being would ever do. I gave her a hug. And I told her how god-awful sorry I was that happened to her. Like, could you even imagine how that's got to feel for her? Especially now that she has tens of thousands of people accusing her of murdering and conspiring to murder and then cover up what happened to her own. I mean, that's like mind-boggling psychological torture on a level that I've never seen.
Yeah, and hindsight is 20/20, but given the reaction, I think it probably would have been better for her to like lay low for a little while.
1,000%.
The going out with the sparklers was not a great idea. Like, all that was not a great idea because it just seemed insane. And maybe sometimes in grief or when, you're trying to show that they're not going to hold us back, people make choices that could be interpreted in a very bad way.
100%. The interesting thing is I asked her about that. I asked her, like, what's the deal there?
What's with the sparklers?
Well, what's with the aberration in behavior? And she's like, look, I was put in like the worst spot I could ever think of. I was the background character. I was just there to support my husband. That's it. The only reason I even really got involved is because Charlie was so pro-marriage, and he wanted to demonstrate to the world you can be married and have kids, and this is the good life. So when he dies, she takes over, right? This moves over to her control. She says, well, the first thing I want to do is honor his last book. You know, that's the very first thing I want to do. I want to honor his legacy. And she's like, I don't know exactly how to take this position. At the same time, there's expectations for the organization my husband built that I want to honor, right? But, you know, I'm also in the middle of grief. And it's like, I don't know how you balance that position. Who's been in that position ever?
Right. And especially who's been in that position that's not accustomed to being scrutinized in the public eye.
Everything. And it's the lack of charitability that's so bad, too. Like, let me give you an example. If you say, Paul's so lazy, he never gets to work on time, you don't actually mean Paul has never once gotten to work on time. That's
Right.
not what people mean.
Right.
But the way that these people will scrutinize every detail of what a person does, they can make a liar out of anybody. Because that they'll take statements like that, which in the common terms, if you say, man, Paul's never here on time, you don't literally mean he's never here on time. Nobody talks that way. But if you push on everything a person's ever said, tongue-in-cheek, not tongue-in-cheek, they misremember an event, they don't misremember an event, you can make a liar out of anybody.
Right.
Great point.
Yeah.
And that sort of scrutiny from all that public trauma, and it was the most traumatic event Zoomers have ever gone through. The biggest, a public assassination like this, same thing with millennials.
It also exposed people's character that they were celebrating it.
Oh, yeah.
And
that
they
was so
have
disgusting.
to feel bad about that. They can't feel good about that. And they have to feel bad about the response because so many people got fired because of it and so many people got attacked online, and rightly so.
But they were
It's just a
desecrating his
cruel-
memorial, and leftists were celebrating that. They were saying they were going to give the guy money who did it.
Yeah.
So, her name is Z. What is it? Z. Cohen Sanchez. The hell of a name. Z. Cohen. Oh, Elizabeth Z. Cohen Sanchez. That's her name. This is the chick right here, running Unfuck America, or the Unfuck America tour.
They get their donations through Act Blue.
No way. Oh my gosh. Are you
All of their
kidding
fundraising is done
me?
through Act Blue.
I'm just seeing this now. Yes. Oh my
The parent
gosh.
pack is National Ground Game.
Every donation site takes you straight to Act Blue. You can see this on the FEC filing. Everything goes straight to Z's pack.
Right.
Z then in turn pays herself and her strategy firm, Soul Strategies is the name, hundreds of thousands of dollars. Now ask yourself why the radical left group that was formed to, quote, fuck Charlie Kirk is teaming up with the Candy Cult.
Soul Strategies was only founded in 2020.
Oppo. This is opposition.
They're out of where? Nevada.
And now I'm on her actual. This is wow. All right, she's actually got a response to Andrew Wilson, and this is it. I think she posted this yesterday. It says Paleo Christ Khan went on Joe Rogan and claimed, I've been paid over $20 million by Act Blue, so here's my offer to his dumbass. $100,000 if he can prove it. I'll happily put my money where his mouth is. Whoa. How about we can prove it?
Andrew Wilson, the irrelevant loser who still can't open up the olive jar, went on Joe Rogan's podcast to spread lies about me that not even Joe Rogan himself believed. So let's talk about it. If this is the first time you're seeing me, I run the largest counter organization to Turning Point USA on the left, so don't forget to follow me. Okay, really quick to catch you up. So Andrew Wilson, who again you probably don't even know because he's an irrelevant loser, decided to go on Joe Rogan's podcast to complain about us. This is what he said.
Right now, you have progressives who are funded by Act Blue, right? and I've proven this. We traced all their money. It's progressives funded by Act Blue who are pushing the same narrative that like Candace Owens and others are pushing.
Absolutely being paid to push this?
Well, their stated mission, this particular progressive group, their stated mission was to take down
at the
TPUSA.
bottom
I'll
of
tell
her
you a story.
friggin-
Charlie Kirk has this huge outreach program that's happening through TPUSA on these college campuses. He's got viral clip after viral clip after viral clip. He's being dogged by a progressive organization. This progressive organization shows up at almost all of these TPUSA events with the stated mission of trying to create a counter movement to what TPUSA is doing. Now, the woman who heads this particular organization received millions of dollars from Act Blue and other progressive organizations for this stated mission.
How do we know that they've done this? Are there emails that have been found? Like, how do
Well, the stated goal of this particular person
is to take down
TPUSA.
Right.
She's very open about that.
See?
And then the way that you know
Turn
that
it
they
one
are talking
USA.
to these other accounts is because they do it publicly. And millions of dollars in Act Blue funding going towards this. No joke. Anybody can look it up right now. The organization's called Unfuck America.
So here's the thing, Andrew. I'm going to offer you $100,000 to prove that I got paid over $20 million from Act Blue. Which, by the way, you're so fucking stupid that you don't know that Act Blue is a payment processing company. So yeah, that's my offer on the table, but you're never going to find it because, again, you know that you're spreading absolute bullshit lies.
All right, well, I can prove that you get paid by Act, that it's funneled through Act Blue because it says it right on your site.
It's right, yeah.
Right on your site.
But you also want to look up
And
these attached organizations. The National PAC, National Ground Game PAC, is their parent company, which means the National PAC, the National Ground Game PAC, is getting the money. Just like, remember when we showed you the Soros organization, the money goes one way, the narrative goes another.
Yep.
That's what's happening here.
Oh, and they
So
got
she can make that comment
yeah.
because I don't know if National PAC is the only PAC, but that is their parent organization. So they're being what is the word?
She's got Lionel Media, Candace. She's got all of them. And it's like she puts out the orders. You go back through her post and you can see that she's almost giving out the marching orders. Candace responds 3 hours ago, can you get him to also explain how I am in any way related to you guys? I was having trouble following that logic as well. They really just sent him out to lie and thought they'd get away with it. She didn't deny it. By the way, in that video, she did not deny anything else. Only thing she denied was the Act Blue thing, which is funny. And if you look here, okay, Unfuck America is her organization. Okay? Now, who we got here? I think I saw that oh my gosh. Yeah, I know Pasobic's got nothing to do with them. That guy right there, though, is a part of it. Now, if you scroll...
What's that guy's name?
Look at this. Look at the raised fist of communist.
Right. They say they're progressive. They come out and tell you it's a progressive movement.
That's right. It's this dude right here is a part of it too. I can't. What the hell is this? Look,
he's familiar.
Charlie Kirk takes a jab at Unfuck America founder Z. Cohen Sanchez.
Yeah, I just had his TikTok up where he did that.
Let's see. Yeah, paid for by National Ground Game PAC. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. This woman. And, of course, Candace jumps right on it. Anyways, moving on. Trump assassination plot foiled just days before a golf visit. Have we covered much of this?
That's the LA one.
The LA one. Yeah. I got a little Robert Gouvier here covering a little bit of that. Let me just check in with the chat. We got Thick Ray. Hey, Thicray. Thank you for the cookie. Thicray says, oh my goodness, Amazon, the writing of the show lifted up. Writing of the show lifted up. We had that in the 70s, Philadelphia. Oh, Thykray, you might be... is Omazon live right now? Did you think you were over on Omazon's channel? Is he live right now? Omazon. Yes, Omazon. Sorry, Thykray. You must have thought you were over there with Amazon. Shout out to Vamix with the cookie. A lot of swamp draining footage, sir. Sean, gotcha, bitch.
Gotcha, bitch.
Lit and nothing's being done. Yeah, make no mistake, guys. There's nothing happening. Nothing happening at all. We're gonna lay out a counter argument to that very, very nicely tonight, I hope. Thank you, Vamix, with another cookie. Feisty Cat said Nevada. Nevada?
I said Nevada.
Is that how you pronounce it? Don't even.
It's Nevada.
Okay. Yeah, Nevada. Thank you, Vamix. All right.
I've always looked at Nevada as taking the knee. So I always say Nevada. It's habit now.
Okay. This first I've heard that one too.
Well, I've always looked at it that because they do the bidding of a whole lot of people.
All right, let's check out what he has to say here real quick. I haven't covered much of this till now, so let's hear what he's got to say, if there's anything new on this.
Another Trump plot interrupted by the Secret Service and other federal officials. This guy, seen here, was arrested surveilling a Trump golf course in advance of Trump's arrival to the area. And the DOJ has now brought charges against him. He's also been charged in state court. I've got the documents queued up here as to the felonies that he's getting hit with in LA County in the Superior Court out there. And the DOJ had a press release saying that they're going to be transferring this dude out of state custody into federal custody based on what he's done. Here's what they said about this guy. His name is Janine John Tail, 38 years old, of Downey, was arrested at the Trump National Golf Course in Rancho Palos Verdes, charged in a federal criminal complaint, which hasn't hit the docket yet, with possession of an unregistered short-barreled rifle, a felony carrying a maximum sentence of 10 years in prison. Now, he was detained after being seen taking photos and videos of the security planning activities. So Secret Service is out there just scraping through the golf course to see if there's any other Ryan Roos out there that are lying in wait. And this guy's taking videos and photos of what they're doing. Oh, they're setting up here. Oh, they're setting up over there. Trump going to the golf course. Los Angeles sheriff deputies found ammo in his pocket. They searched his vehicle, seized a loaded pistol with a round chambered and a loaded magazine. Now, a search of his residence then...
He's already out on bail. A $250,000 bail from 2025. Unbelievable.
Found they seized a high-powered firearms, ammunition, body armor, and a notebook. Wonder what's inside that. So in LA Superior Court, he's been charged. And also, this goes back to a 2025 robbery. He was granted a $250,000 bail in that case, but he'll be transferred over under federal custody.
Well, it's probably
somebody paid that.
Well, somebody's not getting that back now. They're not getting it back.
Well, remember, if you got a $250,000 bond, that's $125,000 you got to put up. Somebody paid that.
I thought it's only.
It's 50%, right?
No, I think
is it 10%?
I think it's only 10%. So you would have had to come up with.
Does that guy strike you as somebody that has?
No. Nope.
Yeah.
Nope. 2,500 or 250?
That would be 2,500.
Yeah.
To make his initial appearance in LA District Court soon after he's transferred over. While we're still investigating this guy's motives, we're thankful that he was apprehended before the president's visit. We got FBI, LA, Los Angeles, ATF, Secret Service, LA sheriffs, all of them intervening early to prevent a potentially dangerous situation. And we thank them for their quick work. Remains an active investigation. And here's another photo of the firearm that they've seized right here, pursuant to his arrest. And they've got a ruler there to show that is a short barrel, as you see, 12 inches right there. So in addition to that, they asked the president about this, and he said, yeah, well, I'm glad they got the guy, Here makes sense that he'd be coming after me since I'm a pretty consequential guy.
Listen, Tel Aviv, Trey, thank you. The feds arresting an armed California man at Trump National Golf Club in Rancho Palos Verdes just 2 days before the president's visit to California. 38-year-old Janine John Taele pleading not guilty yesterday after allegedly monitoring security activities ahead of the president's trip. Police say they spotted him walking throughout the grounds, taking photos and videos, and after searching his pockets, found a loaded magazine with hollow point bullets. Agents then searched his vehicle, which was parked in the golf course parking lot, and recovered a loaded pistol and another loaded magazine. Deputies also later searched his home, finding an illegally modified AR-style rifle along with a .45 caliber pistol, body armor, high-capacity mags, ammo, and multiple notebooks containing concerning statements. He's now facing 4 state charges and a federal charge of possession of an unregistered rifle. The Los Angeles Sheriff's Department has not mentioned any direct threat to the president, who safely hosted an RNC fundraising event last night at the golf club and reacted to the arrest on Fox News at Night. Listen.
There was a threat. There was a man who was arrested, seemed to be heavily armed near the property here on Sunday. It's an ongoing concern, sir? Talk about that for briefly, if we can.
Well, the only thing I get a little solace from is they say only consequential presidents. And I am definitely consequential.
The Trump Organization also thanking local law enforcement, the Secret Service, and the FBI for their, quote, swift response and dedication to keeping everyone safe. Here's retired NYPD Inspector Paul Morrow reacting to the case.
Concerning statements could definitely mean something relative to Donald Trump, or it could just be some other stuff. We don't know. But certainly the indications early are not great in light of the firepower he had, the fact that he was doing recon at a location that Donald Trump was going to be at, and he wasn't golfing. He's wandering around a golf course on the weekend without golf clubs, which is probably what attracted their attention to begin with.
Police say the suspect was also already wanted in connection with a robbery out of El Segundo. He's being held on a $250,000 bond and is due back in court on August 26th for a bail review and detention hearing.
All right, so here is what that charging document looks like out of L.A. He's still being processed through the federal system, so we'll see what that looks like when we get an affidavit that drops there. But here are the charges that he got. Felony complaint filed against him. California versus Janine John Taele. Superior Court, California, filed August 4th, saying on November 4th, 2025, so they go back to this robbery, and don't know exactly what he stole, but here's what it says. Second-degree robbery, a felony. He unlawfully, by means of force and fear, took personal property from another guy called Pavish Patel. No more details on that. Saying it's a serious felony under California law. That means prison time if you're convicted of a felony. And that's all we got on that one. Then count 2. Also manufacturing, importing, keeping, or giving or receiving a large capacity magazine, also in violation of California law. Committed by Janine. He received a large capacity magazine. We also saw he was charged with carrying a concealed firearm under count 3. Unlawfully carried a concealed weapon within a vehicle that was under his control. In this case, it was the 9mm pistol, revolver, all identified there. And then again on August 2nd in LA County, he had illegally possession of a short-barreled rifle or shotgun. He unlawfully manufactured, caused to be manufactured, or imported or kept an instrument and weapon of the kind commonly known as a short-barreled rifle or shotgun. And so 4 counts there. Conviction of this offense will require a DNA sample. We're going to present evidence and seek jury findings on this. A suspected child abuse report has been generated involving the charges alleged in this complaint. Interesting. And any allegation that he's ineligible to serve a prison sentence doesn't require dismissal of this. Conviction of this offense prevents you from owning firearms in the future. All of this declared and submitted as a complaint, 4 counts, and received by the court in California. So in custody, and now he's going to be transferred over to the feds for more charges. And when those drop, we'll be sure to take a look at those. But the DOJ said the same. We're still investigating the motive of this individual. We're thankful he was apprehended before the president's visit, said Bill Esseley. This troubling behavior at the golf course merely days before Trump arrived led to red flags, and we discovered an unregistered firearm, loaded weapons, as well as additional items of concern. In this matter, there is no room for error, particularly in light of previous attempts on Trump's life. And FBI, Secret Service, ATF, everybody's investigating this thoroughly. The ATF was honored to offer our subject matter expert, said Ken Cooper, special agent from the ATF. A potential tragedy was averted. And apparently there was some reporting, I haven't confirmed it, that this guy was actually prior military, so he may have actually been a competent person. According to an affidavit filed with the complaint, here's more. On July 31, federal agents conducted a security assessment. They saw a suspicious individual later identified as Tyali. He was walking throughout the golf course wearing an earpiece and took photographs and filmed videos of the security planning activities, then later left the area and drove away. Then on August 2nd, he returned to the Trump Golf Club. Golf course staff noticed federal agents who were continuing their security assessment. He approached the federal agents and stated that he was employed by the State Department and was at the location for a security detail. So impersonating a federal agent. Further admitted to having a loaded firearm in his car, so tells the agents that, which was parked in the parking lot at the Trump Golf Club. Federal agents then contacted the sheriff's department and deputies arrived. LASD deputies learned that he was wanted in connection with a robbery out of El Segundo. He was then detained, and a 16-round magazine containing a hollow point ammunition was found in his pants pockets. Search of his pickup truck then led to the seizure of a loaded 9mm pistol with loaded magazines containing hollow point ammo, a pair of binoculars, and a badge that read Security Protection Agent. So he was going to try to get access. And this has happened before. You just kind of walk in. Yeah, I'm part of a Secret Service. Like, oh, okay, come in. A search of his residence led to the seizure of an illegally modified AR platform rifle, other firearms, body armor, high-capacity mags, an earpiece, 2 radio signal devices. Who is he earpiecing to? Multiple notebooks containing concerning statements. This is just an allegation. All defendants are presumed innocent. And we've now got this dude with substantial assistance from Los Angeles Sheriff's Department as well. So all that now advancing. We'll see what the docket looks like. I wonder if there's more to that affidavit than they're sharing in this little press release. But very curious. Who's on the other end of the radio? And what was in those notebooks?
So he was obviously doing a dry run for somebody, right?
That's what I'm wondering. And if
he was
is,
scoping.
If he is, which would continue depending on who.
What's interesting is he's doing court on the 26th for the robbery.
Oh, really?
It's second-degree robbery, and in California, that typically means that it was a robbery that didn't actually end up taking place.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
In an inhabited dwelling, so they were planning something in an apartment building or something like that.
Right.
It could be a bank for all we know, but that robbery didn't take place. There was an arrest warrant out for him. He pleaded not guilty just the other day to that one. That court hearing is the 26th of August. So somebody helped him get away. Then you got this situation. Just feels like he was scoping it for somebody, especially with the earpiece.
Yeah.
Which is why the Joint Terrorism Task Force is on this, right?
It's got to be.
Mm-hmm.
Who is coordinating this?
Joint Terrorism Task Force is who's with the Secret Service or who's leading the investigation.
Okay. Well, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. If there is a connection, I don't suspect we're going to be told or even hear
Not right
about
away,
it.
that's
Not
for
right
sure.
away,
Because
yeah.
there's another story going on.
Shout out to Patriot Bronco. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for the shades. Good evening, fam, says Patriot Bronco. All right, now it's time. Feisty. Yeah, now it's time to get into... I want to set you up. Grand jury case. Let's do a little bit of the grand jury case. All right. We'll start with Accountability is coming. Major witnesses are cooperating.
Yes.
All right. Let's start this off, and we'll talk about it on the other side.
John, yesterday caused a firestorm because we know that the FBI went after the commander-in-chief as he's overseeing a war to take down the caliphate of ISIS. Today, you've got another blockbuster. I noticed in your report that I read in detail that there were no whistleblowers that ever came forward. Here's my question, or my point. We don't have a bad apples problem. We have a systemic problem. When do you think, and you're doing, the task force doing a great job, and people are assisting you, had Pulte there for a while, but we have an issue that has to be addressed, and it has to be addressed now for the sovereignty of this country and the basically ability of the American citizens, which should be paramount, to make decisions that are executed by the government after they've come to a conclusion of who they want to see in office. When do you believe we're actually going to, first off, go after the bad apples, which must be done and must be prosecuted, but then get to the harder work? Like right now, there had to be hundreds, if not thousands, of people inside DHS that knew about Maricopa County or something going on when it was our nose was rubbed in the fact of when it mattered. That was the safest election in mankind's history. And that was a bald-faced lie, and people in authority knew it was a bald-faced lie, and it would have changed the direction of American, therefore human history. We wouldn't have 22 million illegal alien invaders in the country right now. Okay? So when is that going to start? When is that work of accountability, both individual and institutional, going to commence, sir?
Yeah, listen, I think there's been a process. Process one was to fire a lot of people and force a lot of people out. The Justice Department and FBI saw a mass exodus. DNI has been cut more than half. Bill Pulte making sure that recently, but even before that, there were big cuts. There are some agencies still undergoing that transformation. Then there's the disclosure part. Here are the crimes you didn't know about because they were in burn bags or they were hiding in skiffs, which the president made possible with this task force, and that I'm so grateful for. And then the final part is you take all of that and you get going, and then you create prosecutions for those who committed crimes under the color of law. And I think that's the process that's there. This morning, Senator Tom Cotton announced he'll get that John Brennan transcript over to the Justice Department. That's a good piece of news. You've got the prosecutor. Hold.
Whoa. Yep. Don't bury the lead. Don't bury the lead because you were profiling Kirk yesterday. Don't bury the lead. Yeah. Senator Cotton has agreed to what? Senator Cotton agreed to what?
He said he's going to get a resolution. You have to vote it out. This is what I was saying yesterday. It has to be voted out of the Senate. They had the request in January. They're going to vote it out now. That's a good thing. They'll get that out to the Justice Department. That gets that logjam cleared. Good on Senator Cotton. Good on Senator Thune. Good on the Justice Department. Anyone who intervened yesterday, they got it done. That's the sort of things that gets progress going. The FBI has created an extraordinary body of evidence for prosecutors. The prosecutors now have got to go before the grand jury. They are, I will tell you this, my understanding is that they're securing cooperation from some very important witnesses, people that we never would have thought would have flipped. They got to now put the case together and get some indictments done soon before more statutes expire. And I think that's the process that's underway. And meanwhile, the part that I can contribute, because the president is giving me this extraordinary opportunity, is just keep getting documents out. And we are getting incredible cooperation from FBI, CIA, NSA, ODNI. And if you asked me a year ago if I'd ever say that, I would have laughed at you. The cooperation has been unprecedented. We've got millions of pages of documents, and we're going to get the tens of thousands that matter out. Some of them don't matter. But the stuff that does matter, we're getting it out. And you've seen this week alone 3 big revelations. Next week, probably see 3 more.
John Solomon, last question. I know you got to bounce. Thanks for taking the time. 2 questions real quickly. 1, do you have a food taster? And 2, are you suicidal, sir?
I am happily married. I'm happily employed. I'm happily a proud American, and I'm happy that the president afforded this incredible opportunity to get this done. And I'm damn happy that every day at 6 o'clock, I get a handoff from you, and I get to do a show on this great network following the great Steve Bannon. So I'm totally happy.
Okay, I'm gonna call Rob Sig right after this. We're gonna front the Rob will put up the money for the food taster. For the food taster, you're
awesome, buddy.
John, where do people go? Where they go for all your content? I know. I'll just say. I think Solomon has a couple, 3 other bombshells he's going to drop here over the coming days and weeks. So where do people go to keep up with it all, John?
Yeah, justthenews.com. Jay Solomon reports on social media, Just the News, no noise, right after you, 6 o'clock. And I want to thank all the, there's a group of intelligence officers that work every day to help me get this work done. All of them are working 18, 20-hour days. They are such patriots. They believe in their country. They want to fix these agencies that abuse their authority and their trust. And I know sometimes I get the credit for it, but at the end of the day, it's the guys down in the trenches. It's the president that had the courage to do this. It's the White House counsel, Dave Warrington and Susie Wiles, who made this apparatus possible. And they're the real heroes in this. I just get to point out documents that might be fun to release, which is kind of fun for me.
Susie Wiles.
Amen. Thank you. And thank you for the shout out and the name check of all the folks that are making this happen. Appreciate you, sir.
Yeah.
See you back here at 6.
Back at you, brother. Take care.
Solomon's
What a
working
beautiful layup.
18 hours a day.
Yep.
What a beautiful layup. So, this is going back to, remember the dig I did on the insider, the politicization of all of the investigations when I showed you around River and Operation Coconut and Cranberry and Arctic Frost and all that. That whole story feeds into what Joe DeGenova is investigating. That's the mass conspiracy case.
Right.
And we know
split up
this.
into different cases now, though, right?
Well, he took several apart and he's doing smaller, but there is still a grand conspiracy case going on.
Yeah.
So we know that this is fact because what's been dropped is all the Mueller stuff, which goes back to Crossfire.
Okay.
And if you recall with Crossfire, that was all of that dirt they gathered in the first administration that was supposed to be walled off.
Yep.
And it wasn't. Okay. So by the time Jack Smith gets in there and he inherits Arctic Frost, he inherited Round River and the entirety of all that intel going from Stellar Wind through Crossfire and now into Round River. So he has all of this back intel. And so what's really interesting, and which is why I'm so excited about the DeGenova piece that I'm going to play, it is 30 minutes, but you're going to be riveted. You're not going to realize you sat and listened for 30 minutes.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Okay. I will
Threaten
do
me
that
with a good
now.
time.
Threaten you with a good time? Is that what you're saying?
Let's do it.
So,
This is going to be Justice Thomas, his wife,
Justice Thomas's wife, Ginny Thomas.
Ginny Thomas.
She, I think, I don't know if she's still at the Daily Caller. She used to be, and she used to do a weekly podcast on the Daily Caller. So I don't know if she's still there. I'm setting my screen up, so bear with me. So she did, back in May of 2018, she did an exclusive interview with Joe DeGenova. And he had already been quite outspoken. He can't stand Mueller, can't stand Rosenstein. He's just angry at what's going on inside the federal government. And he lays out everything that happened. Now, for what it's worth, you had all the media fact checkers out there crying foul on what he was saying. But when you hear what he's saying, you're going to realize we've received, that was back in 2018, we've received a lot of information that proves that information is accurate.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yep.
So he even goes into, you remember my pretty pictures, showing all the pictures, showing how political gossip went into London and came back to make a legitimate investigative document.
Yep.
He even goes into that. So, and he gives you names, which you're going to recognize the names, but he also says who it's believed got inside the 702. He gets into the Mike Rogers thing, the DNC hack in April of 2016. And for just listen carefully, and I'll be glad, because this story I've got down, okay? I'll be glad to fill in any blanks when this is done, because it is probably the most intriguing story that we've got going on, was how the federal government was actually doing everything they could to keep their system alive, right? So we've been the existential threat. Trump comes in and foils it. They've got to go after and get Trump. But the Trump, once they got him out of office, they knew he was term limited at the least. Once they got him out of office, they were going to continue on with their plan, which we saw them do under Biden.
Yeah.
So
absolutely.
it's really a great. I think this is a perfect thing to bring people up to speed.
All right.
And I'm sharing my screen now with my sound. You now have, you see Ginny Thomas, right?
I do. Yep.
Okay.
So 2018, you said?
This is May 6th, 2018.
All right.
It's a week and a half or so shy of Mueller's first year as
Gotcha.
special counsel.
All right.
So the timing matters because we've already started seeing the Mueller team go crazy.
Okay.
Dots for us and tell the significance of the fact patterns that are starting to get unraveled. Why is this a big deal?
It's a big deal because I have a saying, the FBI used to spy on the Russians. This time they spied on us. What this story is about, it's about a brazen plot to, again, exonerate Hillary Clinton from a clear violation of the law with regard to the way she handled classified information with her private server. Absolutely a crime, absolutely a felony. It's about finding out why, as the Inspector General is doing at the Department of Justice, why Comey and the senior DOJ officials conducted a fake criminal investigation of Hillary Clinton, followed none of the regular rules, gave her every break in the book, immunized all kinds of people, allowed the destruction of evidence, no grand jury, no subpoenas, no search warrant. That's not an investigation. That's a Potemkin village. It's a farce, and everybody knew it was a farce. The problem was she didn't win. And because she didn't win, the farce became a very serious opera. It wasn't a comic opera anymore. It was a tragic opera, and she was going to be the focus. What this is about a lavabo, a cleansing of the FBI and the upper echelons of the Department of Justice. We're going to discover that the Attorney General, Loretta Lynch, her deputy, Sally Yates, the head of the National Security Division, John Carlin, Bruce Orr, and other senior DOJ officials and, regrettably, line attorneys, people who were senior career civil servants, violated the law, perhaps committed crimes, and covered up crimes by a presidential candidate. But more than that, they tried to frame an incoming president with a false Russian conspiracy that never existed, and they knew it, and they plotted to ruin him as a candidate and then destroy him as a president. That's why this is important. That's why connecting the dots is important, because the FBI now has to be completely reconstructed from the ground up. The men and women at the Bureau are great people. That's not who we're talking about. We never have been. We are talking about people like James Comey, McCabe, Strzok, Page, Baker, Prystepp, who was a name nobody knows. He's the head of the counterintelligence division, and he was the one who was involved in planning this entire crazy thing involving Fusion GPS, the false dossier, and creating evidence. This is what people have to understand. What the Bureau did was, by working with Fusion GPS and giving contractors access to highly classified information which they had no legal right to see, they needed to create something they could give to the court, the Foreign Intelligence Court, so that they could get wiretaps and surveillance taps and email taps and phone taps on the Trump people, so that if there was anything, they could find it out. Of course, there was nothing. There never was anything. And they created false facts so that they could get surveillance warrants. Those are all crimes. Every single one of those acts constitutes a crime because it was done not for a legitimate law enforcement reason, not for national security reasons, but to create a false case against a candidate, Donald Trump, a president-elect, Donald Trump, and a president, Donald Trump. The FISA court opinion of April 27th of 2017 outlines a series of illegal disclosures to contractors. It is believed that among those contractors were Fusion GPS, and CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike is the company that was used to bleach Hillary's computer. CrowdStrike, if what is being reported is true,
You love how he
and
let
I've
that
seen
land.
2 reports about CrowdStrike being among
No,
Got a lot to
private
say.
contractors that were given access to raw 702 incidental collection of American citizens under FISA warrants. If that is true,
702,
they have committed crimes.
Yeah,
Yep.
illegal.
The Bureau who gave them information
How about the
committed
judges?
crimes. There is huge
No, not this
civil
time.
liability for CrowdStrike and for the FBI officials. And there is, right now, there's at least 2 lawsuits pending against Mr. Steele, the former MI6 agent who wrote the Steele dossier at the payment of Fusion GPS. Fusion GPS has been sued. I expect if these facts come out from the FISA court showing that these contractors got this information, they will all be sued. Now, they may declare bankruptcy and not be able to pay, but the people don't realize that this is already on the public record, that these things happen. The question which has been blanked out from this opinion, as you can see, this is all dark, all through the opinion. What they've done is they've blanked out the names of the contractors and the names of the FBI and DOJ officials who broke the law. That is going to come out. That's what Nunes has. He has all that information now. He knows what's in these blanks that the court blanked out. The court did the right thing. It's not supposed to reveal that. But once you start doing oversight,
They did in
constitutional
2019.
oversight, those blanks go away to Congress. And we will know shortly who the private contractors were that were allowed to break the law by the FBI.
To this day,
When
sealed.
Comey goes to visit President Trump at the White House about the Flynn case and all that, remember, the president is president at that point. There's no reason for Comey to be doing anything. If the president wanted to meet with him, he didn't have to go. He went and he told the president, for example, about the dossier. Now, why would an FBI director tell a president about this salacious document, which Comey admitted under oath there was no proof for, no validity? He was playing J. Edgar Hoover. He was blackmailing the president of the United States. He was saying, I know all about this. Now, I'm not going to say anything about it, of course. Of course, if it ever gets out, it's just going to be awful. Do you want me to stay in my job? I mean, Comey is a person so devoid of a moral compass. He describes himself as Thomas Becket. I said to somebody the other day, he's not Thomas Becket. He's the assassin, Henry II, who killed Thomas Becket. That's who Comey is. He's an assassin. He's a political assassin.
So when you follow the money of Fusion GPS, if the DNC and the Hillary Clinton campaign paid Fusion GPS, and that was part of the dossier that went to the FISA court, and it also was marketed through the journalistic community. Some people think that
Ignatius.
Fusion GPS was paying a lot of left-wing journalists who became propagandists to add these things to their stories. Have you heard that?
Yeah. Well, I think the understandable storyline that Fusion GPS paid journalists to then go out and tell a story is the complete antithesis of American journalism and the First Amendment. We don't do that in this country. But if they did, and
Actually,
it's
it
pretty
was the
clear that they
FBI.
paid a lot of
Yeah, I was
money to
gonna
a
say
lot of
that,
people, among whom were some journalists. There's just no doubt about that. That's a scandal of immense proportion for the American journalism community, who seem to care little about that. The only thing the American journalism community seems to care about is destroying Donald Trump. It's fascinating to me that the people who cared so deeply about governmental institutions in Watergate could care less about them now because it's another Republican who's being destroyed. This is as bad as it gets. When you have the government, the FBI and the DOJ being absolutely corrupted because of their motivations, and when you have the journalistic community being bought, it seems to me that's pretty bad for all the institutions involved. And journalism is now below Congress in terms of approval ratings. This is not going to help them. There have been rumors about the reason GPS fought the House Intelligence Committee subpoena was to prevent, not who their clients were, that's nonsense. They were protecting the people that they paid. And it's pretty obvious that Fusion GPS They can pay anybody they want for information. They're not a government agency. They're not buying. If they want to pay for information and they think it's truthful or not truthful, but they want it, they can do that. It's clear that the reason they tried to protect, and they went to court to try and stop the House subpoena, but they lost in front of Judge Richard Leon, was to protect to whom they were paying money to get information. I have read reports, I don't know whether they're true or not, that they paid a number of journalists to spread information about the dossier.
I found 3.
It's not going to be long, though, because the House now has all of those records. They've been reviewed. And Devin Nunes, the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, has now and will start next week briefing individual members of the House.
Remember, this was 2018,
about
everybody.
what they've discovered. And I'm sure that what will leak out is who Fusion GPS paid. Fusion GPS, by the way, is really a joke. They wrote an op-ed piece in the New York Times about a week ago criticizing the House committee and saying release all the transcripts and everything. Of course, everything that was released was blanked out because it had information that they wanted protected. I think that what's quite clear is that they were a private intelligence service. They sold their services to the highest bidder. That was the Clinton campaign and the Democratic National Committee. And
Before
eventually
that, it was the
FBI,
Republicans.
which used them and bootstrapped their information into FISA applications. And it is not too far astray to say that they became an arm of the conspiracy willingly and knowingly, and that they engaged in activity which was clearly designed to destroy a human being. And it's pretty clear, according to James Comey, it may be one of the few truthful things he said in all of his sworn testimony, that there's nothing verified in that report except that somebody like George Papadopoulos, Carter Page took a trip, a perfectly legal trip to Russia. Didn't do a thing wrong, didn't do anything wrong when he came back, and didn't do anything wrong before he went. Hope he wins his lawsuit.
So talk about the competing narratives in the scandal world right now, and what's the important timelines that you're watching?
Well, what's fascinating to me
shout out to
is
Jenny.
how the people who want to defend everything that the Bureau has done, or the Department of Justice, or the Clintons, have turned to a series of narratives to replace the truth. For example, once this whole thing broke, when President Trump said, "I was spied on by the President of the United States," he was laughed at. In fact, he was spied on by the President of the United States by Barack Obama, under Barack Obama's orders, and under the orders of John Brennan and Clapper, the Director of National Intelligence, and Susan Rice, the National Security Advisor, and Ben Rhodes, the Deputy National Security Advisor. Because what they did, which was part of a scheme which began in the year 2016, was to try to figure out a way to help Hillary Clinton get elected by exonerating her in her email scandal in her private server in New York, and then she would be elected, and then the problem of Donald Trump would go away. The problem was she lost. And when she lost, they had time between the election in November of 2016 and the time between the president was inaugurated to try and do damage, to cover up what they had done with Fusion GPS and a bunch of other people before the election, and to make it perfect after the election, to secure the storyline. And so, interestingly enough, people, there are some real heroes in this story. And part of it is how you defeat these competing narratives. You'll recall that first there's the story about the dossier, the so-called Fusion GPS dossier, which we now know was developed with the assistance of the FBI, Christopher Steele, the former spy from England, Bruce Orr, a senior Justice Department official in the Obama administration,
Former spy.
Bruce Orr's wife, who was an employee of Fusion GPS and a Russian expert. That all
there was
of
a
a sudden
breakfast.
became something that people got worried about on the Democratic side and on the protect the Clinton side. Then all of a sudden, when the dossier got even stronger and stronger as a result of the knowledge about Bruce Orr's involvement, the dialogue shifted. And then it became that the dossier really wasn't important because George Papadopoulos, this know-nothing young guy who had been a end-of-the-room foreign policy advisor, was the real guy who got the investigation into the president's collusion with the Russians started as a result of a drunken blathering in a bar to the Australian ambassador, who then told MI6 in London. These narratives have developed because the facts are now so strong that there was a brazen plot to exonerate Hillary Clinton, and then if she lost, frame
better
the
be done
president
about it.
of the United States with a false crime, that this is what they have been forced to do. One of the heroes in this entire story is Admiral Mike Rogers, the head of the National Security Agency. He became the head of the National Security Agency in 2014. In 2015, one of the auditors at the National Security Agency, our electronic surveillance SIGINT masterpiece from World War II, came to him and said, there's some funny things going on at the FBI with regard to 702, which of course is that part
Actually, the
of
date
the
is April
Foreign
2016.
Intelligence Surveillance Act, which allows the scooping up of huge amounts of phone call data and emails and electronic data about foreigners. And in the course of that, allows the incidental collection of information about Americans, which is supposed to be kept secret, but wasn't in this case because of the conduct of the FBI and the Obama administration Justice Department officials. Mike Rogers says, okay, let's do an audit. He does this in March of 2016. This is way in advance of the election. He then discovers, as a result of the audit, that the FBI has been sharing this secret data about Americans with not other government agencies, but private contractors. Some of those contractors apparently work for the Democratic National Committee. Some of them work for Fusion GPS. Mr. Rogers, Admiral Rogers, says, okay, the court, the FISC court, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court, has been lied to. They have not been told about this. And things have been told to them which are not true. He said, I'm going to the court. I'm going to tell the court. Rogers goes to the court on his own and informs the court about these problems. Now, prior to him being able to do that, the Justice Department and the FBI learn about what he's done, about the audit and what he's discovered. And so they go to the court first to inform the court that they have discovered these problems with illegal activity. Doesn't make any difference. It's too late. The court now knows what has happened. So he goes to the court, they go to the court, and then in April of 2016, the FISA court issues this 99-page opinion, which I'll bet you didn't even know about until I talked about it this morning. This opinion describes illegal activity by the FBI, illegal activity by contractors, and it calls it the improper disclosure of raw intelligence about Americans to unauthorized individuals. All of those things that the Bureau did and the contractors were crimes. Now, you wouldn't think, this is a public document now. It's been declassified. You have not seen a single story about this in the Washington Post or the New York Times. So, with this in hand, and remember, Rogers knows all about this before the election. So as soon as the election is held, Rogers determines that since there is now a president-elect who has been spied upon, he knows that Trump was the subject of a plot. So Admiral Rogers goes to visit President-elect Trump in New York in November of 2016, on the 17th of November. He's the head of the NSA. He briefs the president. And it is after that briefing, the very next day, that President-elect Trump moves his entire staff out of Trump Tower to Bedminster, New Jersey, where his Golf Club is, and that's where the transition team stays until Trump Tower is debugged. What Admiral Rogers did was, and this is why the president said that President Obama had wiretapped him. Rogers, on that day, November 17th, briefed the president about the illegal activities which had been reported to the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court earlier in the year. And the president knew what had happened at that point. Now, interestingly enough, when the outgoing administration found that Admiral Rogers had gone to New York, the DNI, the Director of National Intelligence, John Clapper, and John Brennan, the Director of the Central Intelligence Agency, asked President Obama to fire Admiral Rogers. Now, President Obama had many flaws, but he ain't no dummy. And he said, boys, it's too late. I'm not going to fire Admiral Rogers, because if I do, that'll be the only story about my last days in office, so you can forget it. And Rogers is there to this day. And when this story is written, when it's all over, the great hero will not be Robert Mueller, this crazy man that has been made the special counsel. It won't be the people on the Hill, except for Devin Nunes, who is a real hero, who has stood up under the most incredible personal attacks from real sleazeballs like Adam Schiff, this loony congressman from California. And it will be shown that Admiral Rogers saved the day by forcing the senior Justice Department officials to admit that they had done wrong things. Now, there's another fascinating part of this story. In October of 2016, when Admiral Rogers is going to the court and forcing the Justice Department to advise the court that they had submitted false documents, that they, the DOJ, had submitted, unwittingly had submitted false documents, as they say. Admiral Rogers plans are being made to fire him at that point, which of course never go forward because of what he does by going to New York. All of this has come to a head at that point, and the court is now learning for the first time about this unbelievable activity. For the first time in the history of the FISA court, it has been lied to, and according to the court, systematically and ongoing violations of the law. This is stunning stuff, and it's all because of Admiral Rogers. And that's where we are today. We are now at the point where Nunes has discovered this. He discovered it back in March when he went to the White House, and all of these documents were turned over to him by the incoming National Security Council staff. And so now we'll watch it play out. By the way, in October of 2016, the Assistant Attorney General in charge of the National Security Division at Justice for the Obama administration, and the person who was responsible for signing the pleadings that went to the court, was a fellow named John Carlin. Once this material was submitted to the court in October of 2016, revealing the violations of the law, Carlin resigned and has not been heard from since. No one could figure out why Carlin resigned. And I don't know why he resigned. There was plenty of time left in the administration. He just left. Now, it may have been that you resigned because you don't want to be questioned by the Inspector General, who at that point had already begun an investigation of the FBI and the DOJ senior people based on Admiral Rogers' complaints. So that's another story that's going to play out. Where is John Carlin, and what is he doing?
How do you explain to people, Joe, who think that even if you talk about these things, you're a conspiracy theorist, you're a wacko, you're a crazy, because everyone knows it's the Trump-Russia collusion that we should be talking about?
Well, this is the beauty of the false accusation. It goes around the world, and the truth takes a long time to catch up. The Russian collusion was a complete fabrication of the Democratic National Committee, the Clinton campaign, Fusion GPS, senior DOJ and FBI officials to create a way to dirty up Trump as a candidate and then destroy him as a president. There is literally no evidence whatsoever that has ever been produced of any conspiracy. And let me just say something that I find deeply offensive. The appointment of the special counsel was completely unnecessary. There was no need for a special counsel. I don't know why Rod Rosenstein did it, but he did it. But there was no justification for it. And in fact, in his appointment letter and memorandum about it, he admits there's no crime that's been discovered, but for political reasons, this needs to be investigated. Well, that's just utter nonsense. Look what he's done to an incoming president. Look at what he's done to the country by appointing a special counsel. That should have been handed off to a bunch of senior DOJ officials who are being monitored by a political appointee who would keep them within the legitimate bounds of an investigation. Mueller has not brought one charge involving collusion with Russians. He's never going to bring a charge involving collusion because there was none. The charges against Manafort predate his association with Donald Trump by many, many years. The lying to the FBI charge against Michael Flynn is a ludicrous charge. I know why he did it. He wanted to save his family and his son from everything. Flynn was indicted for lying to the FBI about conduct that is completely legal, talking to the Russian ambassador, talking to anybody overseas. He could do that when he was an employee of the campaign or when he was on the transition team. All of that is perfectly legal conduct. George Papadopoulos, who pleaded guilty to lying to the FBI, he lied to the FBI about perfectly legal conduct, about his contacts with people overseas. There's nothing illegal about that. Any American in the government or outside the government can communicate with any foreigner they want to. Now, if they take money and they're representing them, they have to report that. They have to, and that Manafort did not do, and so maybe there's a case there. I don't know. Who knows what the circumstances were? But the bottom line is this. Mueller and the way he has conducted his investigation is an embarrassment to anyone who's ever been a special counsel, which I was. I was an independent counsel. Hiring all of these partisan Democrats to conduct the investigation, he's not naive. But Bob Mueller's been around too long. You can't be that dumb.
Notice that pattern?
Not realize how horrible it is to have these
There's more story
people.
there.
These people are not biased against the president. They have an animus toward the president. There is a distinct difference. I believe that his entire investigation, Mueller's entire investigation, has been tainted by this animus. There's no way you can have people who have donated to the Clintons, donated to Obama, represented the Clinton Foundation, represented Clinton individuals in criminal investigations, and then have those people who have given to President Trump's opponent investigate President Trump. I don't know what Mueller is thinking of.
Since you're bringing up the Mueller investigation and the apparent focus on investigating Trump's Russian collusion, isn't it interesting that Mueller and Comey and Rosenstein and others were involved in a Russia collusion story for Obama Clinton?
Mueller, first of all, never should have been appointed because there was no need for a special counsel. That's number one. Number two, he never should have been appointed because he knows James Comey. They're personal and professional friends and have been so for many years.
James Comey
is a target of this investigation. He's clearly been involved in activities which could be deemed illegal and criminal. There's no way Mueller can investigate him or anybody else at the senior people that he worked with. And yet, here he is investigating Russian collusion when he presided over, as FBI director, the investigation into Uranium One, which was a clear kickback bribery scheme by the Russians to bribe Bill Clinton as ex-president with speech money, to bribe Hillary Clinton with speech money for her husband and $145 million in contributions to the Clinton Foundation, and to get a result of selling 20% of the uranium supply of the United States to a Russian-controlled company. The notion that Mueller could investigate that, having been a party to the investigation, is ridiculous. But here's the other thing. Mueller, who was FBI director at the time, knew about the Uranium One investigation of Russian corruption and bribery.
Bigger story.
Did he go to tell James Comey or anybody at the Justice Department that this case was under investigation and that they should warn CFIUS, the committee that approves foreign investment? Did he go? And if he went to see somebody in the Justice Department, like, let's say he went to see Eric Holder, and Eric Holder, who sits on CFIUS, says, I don't think that's relevant to the sale of Uranium One. Or did Eric say, okay, fine, I'll let him know. We do not know what CFIUS was told about uranium-1. There have been published reports that they were told nothing about it. And here's the other part of this. If Mueller knew that this was there, why didn't he go to CFIUS on his own and say, I don't know what you're being told, but I'm going to report to you that this is pretty serious stuff and you need to know about it. He didn't do that. Why didn't Mueller do that? And so what we're left with is this nagging sensation that all of a sudden these really great investigators lose all of their skills and nobody talks to anybody about uranium-1. The other thing is this. Everybody always says in defense of Hillary, well, she was only one of 9. There were 9 agencies. But they forget the most important fact of all. It only takes one vote to stop a deal. Hers. And you know what? She was bought. She wasn't going to vote no. She knew about the bribery that was going on. Her husband was involved in it. She could have stopped the uranium-1 sale with one vote. That's all it takes in CFIUS. If one member of CFIUS, 1 of 9, says no, it is done. She didn't vote no, and she could have. So the answer to this is, it's not that she was 1 of 9. It's that she was 1 of 9, and she didn't stop it.
So if the House were to turn over to the Democrats after the midterm elections, what are the stakes for the truth that we're trying to get told in these investigative matters?
Well, that's why it's important for the House to complete its work now and not wait any longer. I mean, it's clear that Adam Schiff and the Democrats are trying to delay so that they can prevent the publication of any information. That's, of course, not going to happen. The Republicans will publish all their information. They'll release all the information well in advance of November of 2018 and January of 2019. If the Democrats were to take over the House, that would be a disaster from a public policy standpoint, and certainly for the president. I have no doubt that there would be a number of Democrats that would want to try and impeach President Trump. I actually don't know if they could succeed, even in the House, if it were run by Democrats. But if they did, they'd never be able to do anything in the Senate. It just wouldn't work. You have to have 67 votes to convict in the Senate. They're never going to get them.
Wow.
Did I not tell you?
I think we needed that refresher. Boy, did we need that refresher. Can you drop the link to that out there in the chat by any chance? Marissa's asking.
I wish I could. I found this in my files. The actual Daily Caller video. I think it might be on YouTube. I forgot to look on YouTube. It may be there.
I'll see if I can find it.
But I found it in my files. I've played it many times. Let me correct some of his record.
Okay.
U1 is a big deal.
Uranium-1, yeah.
Yes. That was, Rosenstein was the head of that investigation. The whistleblower that Victoria Tunzing was defending was Rosenstein's whistleblower. Okay? You can't pin this on Mueller or Rosenstein. They were told by high level, that's all we know is the word is high level, within the DOJ and other agencies were told to stop investigating. But the case goes further because there was somebody sentenced to jail in Russia. There was Vadim Milkarin was sentenced to jail here in 2015. We had another guy, he was a Rosatom guy. He was detained for embezzling money. But there was also a guy in Maryland named Mark Lambert who's now in jail. He was finally the case itself, the U1 scandal spans over 10 years. And so we got a guy that was just sentenced last year. So there was a big investigation going on, but it included more than just the sale of uranium, which, by the way, do some checking. None of it actually left the country. So it was I think, a sting. Nevertheless, Rosenstein was running it. It was his whistleblower. They were told to shut down the investigation. So, and they had no choice. That's happened many times, by the way, with the FBI. They're told how long they can investigate. Okay.
Yep.
So there's the U1. CrowdStrike is mentioned. I got to tell the story about CrowdStrike. If you go back to 2016 with the infamous server issue, the DNC server, the Seth Rich story. Sean Henry, in his deposition, Sean Henry runs Area 1 out of Open Societies.
Yep.
Area 1 is a white hat group. Sean Henry used to be FBI. He set up the cybersecurity division at the FBI. In his deposition, he made a comment that has always intrigued me, something about how the packets of data were prepared. In other words, it was intended. They took down the firewall between the Sanders campaign and the Clinton campaign with the expectation that the data was going to be taken. Okay? But that story gets even more interesting. If you go back to the hack, Alperovich, who at the time was president of CrowdStrike, goes to the DNC. He clicks on the keyboard and says, yep, Cozy Bear is in there right now. You've had many white hat hackers that have been laughing ever since, because the only way you would know if it was being infiltrated is if you were standing over the shoulder of the guy doing the infiltrating.
Right.
Okay. So they've laughed about that ever since he used that ploy. He was already a persona non grata with a lot of these virus companies. He used to work for McAfee. He's accredited with finding Shady Rat, which he attributed to Chinese spyware. He gets a bimbo at Washington Post to write a favorable article. And then, of course, he finds Cozy Bear, attributes it to the Russians, writes another favorable article, leaves McAfee, and he and Sean Henry start CrowdStrike. Okay? So CrowdStrike being in the 702 is an interesting piece.
And Sean Henry at the time, again, is FBI.
No, he had just resigned from the FBI.
Oh, okay.
When he was at the FBI, he set up the cybersecurity division. So when the FBI went to the DNC and said, "Give us this," no, not CISA. That's That's Uranium One.
All right.
I'm talking the cybersecurity division within the FBI that dealt with cyber issues.
Okay.
So the FBI goes to the DNC and says, "Give us the server," and Dmitry Alperovich steps in and says, well, you know, your buddy Sean Henry is one of us. We'll do this investigation and we'll let you know what happens. Okay, so speed ahead to the summer of 2019 when Trump is talking about a server in Ukraine, and recognize that Area 1 is stationed out of where? Ukraine. Yeah. So let me tell you about Cozy Bear. There's a guy that ran a company called Soltai Boltai.
Okay.
He was arrested in October of 2016 when all this shit was coming out. He was arrested along with 2 FSB officers in Russia on treason charges. The 2 FSB officers weren't successful. Turns out that they were counter intel, right? They were taking this intel and feeding it back to our own country. Okay. So, but the guy from Soltai Boltai, he was acquitted, with the only condition was to shut down his company. One of the code names in his company is what? Cozy Bear.
Cozy Bear.
Right at that time, that Cozy Bear starts showing up everywhere as a virus. So what he did was he just took this company. And so when you start digging into that, it's a really interesting story because turns out he worked with Area 1 out of Open Societies, Sean Henry and his group. And so they made him the fall guy. Why? He's Russian.
Sean Henry was Russian?
No. The guy, Soltai Boltai, the CEO of Soltai Boltai,
okay.
he's Russian. So they're developing a Russia story. Do you see it? So turns out none of that is really true.
They're really that desperate.
Yeah, they were desperate. So that takes care of that part of it. I can go even further into that. The 702 database. There's 2 stories that Joe kind of merged together. The first story is the 2015 story. The people that were working within the IC for McAuliffe, IG McAuliffe, they found that all but 2 of Hillary Clinton's emails were spoofed through a company named Carter Heavy Industries, which is a Chinese heavy equipment company out of Alexandria, Virginia.
Okay.
That causes them to go to the FBI the Washington field office. They tell a guy named now I just lost his name. But the guy that was the head of it at the time, they tell him about it, and they immediately open up a counter espionage investigation, high security. Obama knew about this, by the way, because of the state actor piece to it. It has to have a presidential signature to be opened.
Oh,
okay. So Obama knew that Hillary was being investigated, the emails were. And by July of 2015, this investigation's in full bore. He's papering all of D.C. for records. In September of 2015, something changed. And that's when the plot that we've been living through for 10 years gets born. That's when Peter Strzok suddenly takes over the Washington field office. He suddenly comes in. This crosses into another story because now you've got a whole new team in play.
Mm-hmm.
And we've got a crossfire. That's why I keep doing this. You know what a crossfire is on a battlefield, right?
Yes,
you got a crossfire.
I went through this the other night, yeah.
Coming from Hillary to make it look like Trump, which really starts off in January of 2016. And in January of 2016, you start seeing these rumors coming out of things going on. Now, you've got to remember that the whole Fusion GPS started as a Republican oppositional research, right?
Mm-hmm.
Jeb Bush and the people running against Trump were trying to do Oppo research. They found nothing. They gave it up. The DNC came in and started paying for GPS to do this investigation. Okay, so he's got a few stories there because one of the things is Obama for America paid $750,000 to Fusion GPS. By the way, I keep mentioning, how many memos are in the dossier? Do you know?
17.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a quinky dink, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
are you suggesting sting operation?
I am saying that bold and proud, saying it. I've been saying it for years. So now you've got this dossier that David Ignatius puts out there and two other reporters, and everybody thought it was BS. The CIA, the FBI, everybody thought it was BS until it goes from the political gossip to who? Danchenko. Remember who?
Durham.
Danchenko. Right.
Yeah.
So Danchenko gets a whisper in his ear. He whispers in the ear of Halper, who, by the way, is paid by who? Office of Net Assessments out of the DOD. So Halper gets with Downer, who's the Australian ambassador, gets with Downer. They go to a bar with Poppy. Poppy says, yeah, I heard that. And he heard it from who? Mifsud.
Yeah.
He hears from Mifsud that Russia's pulling together this stuff, this negative stuff about Trump. And so he says in the bar, yeah, I heard that Russia may be pulling together some information. Well, that's all that Halper needed. Downer then takes that information, feeds it to Turnbull, who's the PM in Australia, and feeds it through that chain, right?
Mm-hmm.
It comes back down to London. Now it's a Five Eye product. That Five Eye product then gets fed back to the U.S. via McCain.
Oh my gosh.
It gets fed back to the U.S. McCain impels Congress to take it seriously. And then, of course, then it starts to spin up within the CIA and the DOJ.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got this political gossip that was turned into a weapon using a young and stupid guy. Now, what's funny is that
Papadopoulos.
Yes. Poppy is dating a guy named Simona, who
a girl.
Now his wife.
Yeah.
He was dating her at the time. So they tried to, in a Greek hotel, tried to set him
$10,000.
tried to set him up with $10,000. He said, "What are you, nuts?"
She
so
said
they
that.
leave it. Yes, she leave that money with an attorney.
Mm-hmm.
He comes back to Dulles Airport in Virginia. The FBI is ready, right? They take him in. There's no $10,000. They're like foiled again, right? So,
because thankfully he had a girlfriend at the time who was
had a
smart,
clue,
who
right?
was smart and said, "No, they just gave you $10,000 as a setup, dude."
Yeah. He's
I
thinking
hope
he
she
hit
said
it
that.
big.
Yeah.
But she said it. She came out and said that. But when and Tengali is supposedly Papadopoulos's business partner who put up the $10,000. So the story is just getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
Right.
So you've got all these people that are involved in the creation of what became Crossfire Hurricane. Now, remember, when this is happening, we don't have a Crossfire database yet. That's why Stellar Wind is so important. All of that investigative information was being put into the Stellar Wind. So when Crossfire started, they migrated Stellar Wind into Crossfire. When they started to set up Round River, they migrated all of that information into Round River.
And there's a couple different things called Crossfire too, right?
Yeah, you got Crossfire Razor, Crossfire Tycoon. So
the Crossfire is what jumps out at me.
Right, Crossfire, because they were using these people to crossfire, get the shadow off of Hillary Clinton and onto Trump. And so if you go to June of 2016, the FBI tried to get a FISA against Trump, which the FISC uncustomarily denied. So then we get to a point where they're bringing up a FISA, drafting a FISA on Carter Page. And in August of 2016, a guy named Joe Pienka writes to the CIA. It's a part of the cover letter of the FISA. By the way, this is all public information. It's a huge FOIA release that was released in the FBI reading room in 2020. Over 4,000 pages. It was fun to read. Anyway, so Joe Pienka writes to the CIA and says, "Is Carter Page an asset?" And the CIA sends back, "Yes, he's an asset." And they sent back a packet of information. Pienka goes away. This is where Kevin Kleinsmith comes in, because he writes the identical letter. CIA says, "Yeah, like we told you in August, he is an asset." He edits that email and puts "is not." And that's why he got
What do you mean?
indicted by
Wait.
Durham.
Is not what?
So they came back and said, "Yes, he is an asset." He edited that email so that it says he is not an asset.
Yes, after the fact.
Okay.
After the
fact.
So
that's where
this suggests knowingly. And you're talking about Pienka is the one who did that, right?
Pienka wrote the first email in
Kleinsmith
August.
is the one that went in
Kleinsmith
and
is the one
rewrote.
that edited it 2 months later.
So just to get everybody up to speed, Kleinsmith is the guy who got acquitted, essentially.
Well, he lost his law license. He didn't go to jail. But then
Did he
in
really lose his law license? Because he got it back last I
2021,
checked.
yeah, 2021 he got it back.
Yeah. So Kleinsmith is the guy who went in and took the information that Carter Page
was an asset. Right?
Yeah, because everybody had to admit that he was an asset. But he went in after the fact and knowingly changed an email to make it look like they didn't know.
Right. So he also mentions Joe Carlin. Joe Carlin left the DOJ.
That's Joe Geneva just mentioned Carlin.
Yes,
Yeah,
he mentions
I
him.
remember
That's why I want to fill this story in. Joe Carlin left the DOJ in October of 2016, right before, about a week or so, maybe 2 weeks before the Carter Page FISA. Okay. He has since been on the record. He left because he was fed up with what they were doing. He actually did a deposition. So he leaves, and the person who takes over, Mary McCord. You remember her?
Yes. Yeah.
She was the number 2 under Dan Coates at ODNI.
Yep.
After she left the DOJ, she
You guys
went over to
remember
CIA.
Dan Coates, right?
Yeah.
Everybody remembers Dan Coates.
They couldn't get those depositions prepared for public release, she was the gatekeeper. She's also the person, all those intel agencies saying that the Hunter laptop was Russian disinformation. She's one of the signatories. She's been very vocal. Nevertheless, while they're getting ready, and this is what was really interesting. So every year, all of the intel agencies have to do an audit of their use of the 702. And it's submitted to the FISC.
Remind everybody about the 702.
702 database is where when you have a FISA on somebody, all of that information is stored in the 702 database. It's called 702 because that's the code. That's the USC, from the law. Okay, from the Patriot Act. So,
but if you want access to that database, you have to fill out a what's called a 702 form. Or no, you have to fill out a FISA form.
You have to fill out a FISA. A FISA application is when you are asking the FISC to do a secret target.
Yeah.
What's interesting about Carter Page is it wasn't a typical FISA, right? What they'd use.
It wasn't about going after him directly. It was about broadening.
It couldn't have been.
Right.
But what they were doing is using the 702 to put all their Oppo research into, which is what cued in when the Rogers team started to prepare for their audit.
Yep.
They noticed these anomalies in usage in the 702 to include the fact that there were a number of independent contractors without clearances and without the authority. They were going into the database.
Yep.
So Rogers tells, and this is on or about March or April 2016, he tells the FISC, hey, we found some issues. Which is why it's funny that the DOJ tried to cover their ass. But so the FISC tells Rogers, finish your audit. He goes in October to the FISC. The day before he goes, the FBI says, hey, guess what we just found? We found some anomalies in the 702 database. Okay. But it already doesn't matter. So this is 2016. The day before the day before Rogers goes there, the Carter Page FISA is authorized by the FISC. Here's where it gets kind of sketchy.
We didn't find that out until after the fact because that's usually private information, right? That's very...
Well, we found out because the FISC started putting out notices, and it's really interesting what they did. So in April of 2017, they put out this scathing 99-page document about the misabuse, that the FBI was doing with the 702.
The FISC Corps put this out?
It's a FISC opinion.
Okay.
And when it first came out, it was so heavily redacted, you could read the whole 99 pages in like half an hour.
Yeah.
Because it was just all...
Yeah.
A lesser redacted version was put out in like 2019. And the one Joe was holding was the original one. Okay? And he held it up. You saw it was all black boxed. Yeah. Okay. When they put out the lesser redacted FISC report, you find out that what they used to justify the investigation into Carter Page was a wrap-up smear. They were using open source articles. Those same articles that they had Ignatius and these other guys printing in the press.
So they were relying on like New York Times, I'm sure.
Yeah, they would leak the information out, and then they would use that article as supporting evidence that the FISA was justified. And this is where it gets interesting.
How
because
did Robert Mueller, this is what everybody's thinking.
Well,
How did Robert Mueller look at that and say, oh, there's nothing here?
Well, Robert Mueller was an FBI director at the time. He was already...
What?
Robert Mueller, he was an FBI. When this all started with the FISC, he was an FBI director. He became special counsel in May of 2017.
I know, but the point is how did he not
Okay, so let me continue.
That there was knowingly,
because he didn't write the report. Weissman did.
I know. Yeah.
So everybody asked the question. In fact, there were several. This whole special counsel thing really created havoc within the FBI. There were many people that commented that there was a predetermined outcome that they were going for. So the entire Mueller team is so TDS inflicted, right? That they were going after Trump any way they could. And this is how Manafort ended up in solitary confinement. They were trying to strong arm him to give up dirt on Trump. And when he refused to budge, he got put into solitary confinement. Remember, Trump let him out during COVID. So, and they did the same with Papadopoulos. He ended up going to jail for 2 weeks.
Yes.
They did the same with Flynn. They threatened Flynn's son.
Yep.
So and so you've got all these people are being rounded up, but the team, the investigators on the Mueller team, were all anti-Trump. What's interesting and what most people keep missing is if you go to the volume 1 of the Mueller report, page 13, down at the bottom, they talk about embeds that work directly with the DOJ and the FBI. Where was Durham's office? Inside the general counsel's office at DOJ. So I've been saying the Carter Page FISA, because what was always weird to me, we got these complaints about these FISAs. Why did they continue it for 3 more renewals? Right? And then in 2020, after everything is done,
not only why, but how the hell do they do it?
Well, yeah, that's in 2020. After all of this is done, the FISC came out with a final order. It's a short 4-page, I think, report. Anybody involved in that activity is forbidden from ever filing a FISA again. So
they're useless.
All the signatures, right? They're all
Wow.
They cannot have any part in a FISA.
I wonder how many of them are even agents at this point.
Well, many of them are gone. So I already told you about Sean Henry. Oh, he asked about Carter Page and his lawsuit. Carter Page just settled with the federal government last month for $1.25 million.
Whoa.
So he finally got his payout. That's not nearly enough for 10 years of bullshit. But he got he settled with $1.25 million. So the other, I was taking notes.
Holy shit.
And I can't read my own writing. So Rogers is a hero. And what's funny is Rogers goes to the FISC. The FBI knew he was going to the FISC. They tried to forestall it. But it wasn't until he went to Trump in November of 2016 to tell Trump, you're being spied on. Trump moves out. And now listen to this one. It was Clapper and Panetta that
Leon
went
Panetta?
Yeah, DOD, that went to Obama and said, you got to fire him. And Obama said no.
Regarding Mike Rogers.
Regarding Admiral Rogers, yes. So you got to step back and go, why Panetta? Until you remember who paid Halper. He was paid out of the Office of Net Assessments, which is DOD. So you've got a multi-agency, just what we know on paper, that's involved in all of this. Now, how did they get into the Trump stuff? This is where Sussman and Alpha Bank comes in.
Yep.
They claimed that there was a bank, T1, that the Trump Enterprises was accessing. That's where the whole Alpha Bank story comes in. And so Sussman is strong-armed into writing that Alpha Bank story. And if you read his indictment, you can tell he was being coerced to write it. He was threatened because they were trying to justify an illegal surveillance. So the judge finally
and cover
orders
their ass because
and cover their ass, right? Right.
Wow.
So I mean, the story just keeps every year, every month, it just keeps ballooning, right? It keeps getting bigger and bigger, which is why Ratcliffe says, the conspiracy doesn't go away. They keep adding to it.
Ratcliffe said that?
He said that.
So
he was.
Why does it seem like this is just going by the wayside?
It's not. When you recognize that Stellar Wind became Crossfire, became Round River, and all those sub-projects like Arctic Frost and Project Coconut and Cranberry.
Continues the conspiracy.
They're just keep building on it, yeah.
So
and what they did, even though the courts ordered that they wall off that information, they didn't. They put it behind a special access. I showed it to you. They put it behind a special access, and very few people got access to it, which is why Durham's report seemed unfinished. Do you see what I'm saying? Durham did not have access to all of this stuff we're talking about. It came out later. And that's what Joe DeGenova is working on in Florida.
Yeah.
Now, did you hear the fire in his belly in that interview?
Every single interview he does, he has fire in his belly.
That hasn't abated.
So for anyone who doesn't know, or if you're just joining us, we played a clip of Joe DeGenova, who is, and if you did catch the previous clip, that is the man that is running the big, huge grand conspiracy grand jury case down in the Southern District of Florida.
Actually, this is what's interesting about that. The case is in the Southern District of Florida, but he moved it to the Middle District of Florida with Eileen Cannon.
I thought there's two cases. Totally separate.
There's multiple cases, but he's working.
This was previous to Joe DeGenova.
I understand.
Okay.
Joe moved it. He's even though the case is out of Southern District, he's operating out of Middle District because of Eileen Cannon.
Because before Joe DeGenova joined, I learned there was two big grand jury cases going on.
There's more than that now.
Okay, that's fine. But what I was told was that there was one that started in the Southern District, and then one that started in the Central District.
Mm-hmm.
So now you're saying there's.
He moved his Southern District one with him up to the Middle District, and a lot of people were starting to cry foul on it. And because it's in the court, it's in. So when you look at everything going on with CrowdStrike, the server in Ukraine that Trump and Zelensky were talking about, about Area 1 and Open Society. Mm-hmm. There's one guy, John Durham talks about this in his report, where there's a guy that was a senior vice president with Open Society for Eastern Europe, which includes Russia, and they claim that Russians hacked his emails and compiled this document that made it look like it was opposition research, but it was really Russian disinformation. And as you read it, you realize they're telling the story we're talking about, but they were blaming it on the Russians.
Scapegoating on the Russians.
Yeah.
And then they never got their wish, everybody. They never got their wish. No. They were so desperate to pin anything on Trump, anything. Even if it meant sticking Svetlana Lakova in General Flynn's orbit and then claim that they're cheating on their spouses with each other.
They tried to use Svetlana as a honeypot.
Yeah. You guys will...
Don't forget you got Butina, right? Maria Butina. Mm-hmm. Where
Patrick
Byrne has been out there saying his job was to make her a honeypot with Trump.
Right.
So, there's the story just keeps growing, which is why it feels not kind of disjointed, right? Because there's so many pieces to this. But I thought that video was a good way to get up to speed.
Yes, absolutely.
And absolutely be up to speed, because you're going to see this all come back out again with more.
Yep.
And I've tried to show you,
God willing,
with not just the domestic stuff, but I tried to show you the international stuff. Foreign influence, I did 2 digs back to back, because because of the size and scope. And I showed you how, because of what they did using the Five Eye network, it's now a national security issue and a sovereignty issue. And it takes you right into the BBC lawsuit, which is also fascinating.
Wow. Wait.
So the BBC is trying to get all of Trump's communications. They claimed executive privilege.
They want discovery because...
They also just tried to get Trump's financial records, which the court said, no, you can't have those. There's a stay on it.
Okay. Yeah.
So they're
For anyone who
trying
doesn't
to
know,
get
'cause
behind the scenes.
I get it. You and I are talking, but the chat needs a lot of people in the chat. Maybe their heads spinning right now. When
I'm
she
sorry.
says BBC lawsuit, guys, she's saying because Trump is suing the pants off BBC
$10
right
billion.
now. Yeah. $10 billion. Why? Because they knowingly omitted a very critical piece from Trump's speech during January 6th.
A critical piece. They deleted 54 minutes of a video to make it look like he was trying to.
But they didn't just edit a little bit before and then the most of it after. No, they edited in between stuff.
A whole 54 minutes
where context
from the
was
first
needed.
part,
Yeah.
right? The first part of the statement to the last part of the statement.
Yeah.
They deleted that whole thing out, and they're trying to say it was an inadvertent cutting room floor piece, which is can't be true. But
all right,
so,
if that's the case, Trump's still going to be $10 billion richer.
Trump is saying now. This is interesting because the reason why the judge agreed with not having to turn over his financial information is because they went to court Friday, I believe, and told the judge that he's not going to go for personal damages. So I think it's going to go down to $5 billion. They took leave of court to amend the complaint. And because of that, the judge said, well, that makes grabbing his finances moot because it's not a part of the complaint. Remember, he's saying he was personally harmed. And they're saying
well,
no,
he
you weren't.
was.
Well, they're saying financially you weren't harmed. So even though his brand was harmed, it's bigger than BBC, you know that. But he's saying he took out he told the court he's not interested in the personal damages. So I think it goes down to the $5 billion, which is the law that was broken in the state of Florida. Remember, it's $5 billion damages, $5 billion for the law broken.
Of course he was. Everything was damaged. We were damaged. You know, this has me wondering. I wonder if us coming together and doing a class action lawsuit might help certain cases, might maybe assist in some of Joe DeGeneva's cases that he's working on, and among others, many others. I wonder if a class action lawsuit would benefit.
I don't think we have enough public information to do that yet, but yeah.
Because we've been harmed in a lot of this stuff.
Yes, but we're not we don't have the full scope of that harm. It's coming. I mean, they just today voted to refer Fauci for contempt.
Ah, what a great segue.
And so his wife is flipping the bird.
Yeah, just moments after a Senate committee voted to hold him in contempt. Wow, by the way. Investigators also, Fauci just flipped the bird at reporters, and then investigators also just got a copy of Fauci's cell phone.
Just happened.
Yikes. They've got everything, communications and everything. We need a reckoning here with this whole Fauci thing.
So one of the things to keep in mind is that we are seeing accountability. We just don't know how to tag it together, right? Sure. When you look at the FBI, the two groups within the FBI that have taken the biggest haircut for staff is the National Counterterrorism Center and the National... What is it? I'm trying to think. There's two.
Okay.
There's another one. There's another one in the FBI. They both took about a 40% haircut. So the National Counterterrorism Center is very deeply involved in all of this. They took a huge haircut.
Really?
And then what is the other one? There's two groups.
What do you mean by haircut?
A lot of people got fired.
Okay.
Like 30 to 40% of their staff have been cut.
Okay.
By who? Pulte.
Bill Pulte. Yeah, shout out to Badass Bill. Badass Bill Pulte. Anyways, Here's a little bit on what's going on with Fauci.
Dear Diary, they have my phone. Days after his diary leaked, Ron Johnson got a copy of the Fauchmeister's cell. Every text, every email, every meme, every video, every voicemail, every LOL. This is going to be good. But relax, the doc says. AutoPen gave me the golden pardon, remember? I'm bulletproof. No. The pardon stops federal prosecutions. State charges aren't covered. So that phone could land on the desk of every red state attorney general in the country. Gotcha, bitch. And it's all admissible. 17 states are already circling. Florida's even got a subpoena out. They're following the money. They say Fauci cashed in and, book deals, awards, grants, while he knew his pandemic policies were BS. And now it's official. Rand Paul's committee voted to hold Tony Fauci in contempt for stonewalling the Senate, taking the fifth over 100 times. Now, once you got a pardon, the fifth doesn't apply. You can't incriminate yourself for crimes you can't be charged for. So hiding behind the fifth isn't a right, it's obstruction.
As far as pleading the fifth when you have a pardon, all you have to do is tell the truth, just not commit a new crime. But if we were to grant him immunity from telling the truth, of what value, would his testimony be? So I think the American people do deserve to know this.
What's a fully pardoned man so afraid to say? All Anthony had to do was tell the truth, but he took the fifth anyway. So today, the referral went straight to the DOJ, D.C. division. Guess whose desk it landed on? The judge. Do you really think Judge Janine lets Tony walk? Even CNN's like, yeah, the little guy's cooked.
This is real. I mean, the stakes here for Dr. Fauci could potentially be, depending what DOJ decides, a criminal indictment and prosecution.
Now, the referral isn't a conviction. The DOJ still has to take it to a grand jury and get an indictment. And Democrats insist the fifth still protects him. Now, if convicted, fines and up to a year in prison. But for a guy who was supposed to be untouchable, the walls feel like they're closing in. Because it's not just Washington circling now, it's everybody. The country's done taking Tony's word for it. And obviously, this was never just about a diary or a phone. It's about a man who may be partly responsible for a virus that killed 1 million Americans, who covered that up, and who crushed the country with made-up regulations that ripped up our rights and our humanity.
To say the least.
Does he even care? Well, Fauci was seen taking out the trash today at his $2.5 million D.C. home, and he sped away with his wife. He let her drive, and she took one hand off the wheel to give the finger to reporters. A lot of people trusted Tony, and they got hurt.
And we were told, hey, you ain't going to get COVID if you do that, and I got COVID. And damn it, it almost killed me.
Missouri Senator Josh Hall.
That's not it. I got more. I got another one here. You got any thoughts on that? Any of that?
Oh, that's only getting started. That's going to be a major state thing.
Yeah, it's been done.
So I wanted to talk about, because remember, Jay Clayton was confirmed, and the Senate started bitching. What's taking so long to seat him? Right? And we have a York indictment dropped on Saturday.
A what?
The York indictment. I had sent it to you. York is a guy out of Ashburn. So we've now got two bookend cases. York is the guy out of Ashburn who was accused of stealing $1 million. So that's Pulte did that.
Oh, I thought that was Fauci who took it.
No. Accused of stealing. This is DOJ shit.
Interesting.
So
all right.
that indictment just dropped. But I have to tell you, so they're complaining about Clayton not being seated. What's taking so long? And Trump is just playing it off. And then of course, Pulte says out loud, after talking to Clayton and the president, I will be transitioning on Monday. He says it Saturday after he filed that indictment with the Eastern District of Virginia, known as, by the way, the Rocket Docket. Nothing gets stalled there.
I don't get it. Wait, what?
You've now got two within a few months, from March to May or to July. You've got two big cases out of the IC that are being indicted. You got the Rush case from May, and you got the Veil Aug case from this past Saturday. Both of them are IC, intelligence community.
Okay.
Pulte pulled those together.
Any relation? So what's the relation to Fauci?
This isn't related to Fauci.
Okay.
I'm just saying you got that going on, and you got the cleanup going on within the IC.
Okay.
They're converging. Can you see it?
Yes.
Everything is converging. Remember, COVID was not just a Fauci thing.
Yeah.
You got National Institutes of Health, which Christine Grady works for.
Okay,
She wrote policy, right?
Yeah.
And then you've got the DOD connection to both.
So it covers, no, it doesn't cover. It captures the corrupt side of the intelligence community, and will hold them accountable.
All I'm pointing to is DeGeneva's working on a grand conspiracy case. This stuff is not coming out with it. It's all timed. Every bit of it, from the Fauci hearing last week.
So the
to
timing
all of these cases,
all coming.
This is all a part of a grand conspiracy case.
Even in bringing in New York.
Even bringing in New York. What does New York do? New York is big. What is their biggest thing? Finance.
Yeah.
Foreign money.
Yep.
But I just dropped into your Zoom chat a video you're going to want to watch. It's Brennan stuttering.
Ooh.
He's asked why the Clayton transition hasn't happened, and it's so messy, and it's this, and but it's Brennan. He's referred to as Dr. Brennan, by the way.
Dr. No way they refer to him as Dr. Brennan. Stop it.
The bimbo.
Why has Jay Clayton not been sworn in as DNI? Because Bill Pulte wants to act up, says Brennan. Act up! That sounds like he sounds like he's a bit scared there, huh, Brennan?
He's a bit nervous. It's funny.
He joins Elisa Menendez to share his reaction to new documents revealing that the U.S. Secret Service felt pressure to surveil former FBI Director James Nobody's homie Comey, and to discuss Jay Clayton not being sworn in as DNI.
It is hysterical.
All right, this happened today. No, this a couple days ago.
That happened on
Last
Sunday.
Week. Okay. Well,
No, actually, it happened this week.
I'll play that as soon as after this one here.
But the only thing I'm pointing out is the Fauci stuff and the shenanigans within the IC.
The timing of it all, too.
They're all coming together for a reason. You add the election integrity.
Yeah.
You now have the components of a grand conspiracy case.
Gotcha. Okay, that's a hell of a case.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a case. All right, check this out.
Mr. Chairman, let's be clear. All that was required from Anthony Fauci last week was to tell the truth. He had no liability if he told the truth. Senator Johnson?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, first of all, I want to associate myself with and second your opening comments. And I also want to strongly rebut the comments from our Democrat colleagues here. Particularly when Ranking Member Peters says this has been one-sided and rushed.
What?
Rushed? When I was chairman of this committee back in 2020, I started conducting oversight. I held hearings. There was no cooperation in those hearings. As a matter of fact, I remember one when we held a hearing with Dr. Pierre Corey when he came in with all kinds of evidence on the effectiveness of ivermectin. The ranking member then denigrated him. Back then, Dr. Corey was a Democrat. He was shocked at the treatment he was given by the ranking member. How many people died because they lacked early treatment with safe, effective generic drugs?
A lot.
Well, that hearing laid out the truth that this could be something that could help people. And we had a ranking member that did everything he could to denigrate that truth. My current experience as the chairman of PSI, we've been holding hearings after hearings. My ranking member Blumenthal, in those hearings, we had one called Voice of the Vaccine Injured. We had parents come in and tell their heart-wrenching stories. We had parents coming in telling the truth. And the ranking member, a few hours before that hearing, held a press conference and said, hope the press doesn't cover it because there's nothing credible about this hearing.
What?
It's these investigations are one-sided. It's because one side simply doesn't want to look at the truth.
Right.
They want to bury the truth. They want to memory hole it. They don't want to look at the Fauci diaries and take a look at how contradictory what he wrote to himself, how contradictory it was to what he actually told the public. I think one of the revelations of those diaries, I think probably the most significant one that's being overlooked, was early on in the pandemic. He wrote in his diaries he thought COVID would be maybe twice a bad flu season. Now, I'm not downplaying a bad flu season. We have them oftentimes. They overwhelm hospitals. Something to take seriously.
No, we're
but
past
a pandemic
that.
that's going to be twice that. Is that really worth destroying people's lives, shutting down businesses, destroying an economy? I argued back then that it wouldn't be.
This is before the vote, I think, today.
It's been 6 years since the pandemic began. We have not had a reckoning of what happened. Last Wednesday's hearing was an excellent hearing from a standpoint of legitimate questions being raised, legitimate questions the American people want answers to,
and
legitimate questions that some of them only Anthony Fauci, Saint Fauci, Mr. Science could answer. And even though we have quotes of him saying, I'm not afraid
Mr.
of
Science.
any oversight committee. I'm happy to talk to any oversight committee. I have nothing to hide.
Aaron
That's
Rodgers.
not the position he took last Wednesday. What he displayed last Wednesday was contempt for Congress, contempt for this committee, contempt for our investigation, the same contempt that our ranking members have shown for the diligent oversight and the exposing of the truth that I've been undertaking for 6 years. There's nothing rushed. It's been one-sided, but not because we haven't reached out, not because we haven't involved the other side. The other side, like way too many Americans, have just closed their eyes, covered up their ears, and refused to look at the truth. I am definitely going to vote yes on contempt of Congress. Gotcha, bitch. And my investigation has just begun. We've invited Dr. Fauci for a transcribed interview. Okay, he doesn't want to do it in front of the American public. Come in front of our committee. We'll go through detail. You say you have nothing to hide. Good. We'll do it behind closed doors. We'll transcribe it. That's only one of the interviews we'll be conducting. So again, no, last week's hearing just began the accountability.
And now he's saying that the reason he pled the fifth over and over again is because the GOP, the Republicans, were saying that they were looking to put him in a perjury trap so they could put him in jail. Nobody ever said that, at least not publicly.
Actually, no, his lawyer said that. The lawyer that was
kicked out.
Shurtick or whatever his name is, because they were saying it was going to end up a perjury trap at the state level.
Yeah, well, now Florida, Uthmeyer, the Attorney General of Florida, badass, by the way, Uthmeyer is now taking it up, state charges against Anthony Fauci. So that's good.
Yeah, Florida, Missouri, and Texas.
Yeah, there's a couple states, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So, all right, go. We got Brennan, everybody. Is he even on? Oh gosh, this guy.
I know his face just, and he tries to look so calm, but listen to him. He doesn't know what he's saying. He's just making
Does he
it up
look
as
flustered?
he goes.
Does he sound flustered in this?
Well, when you understand his verbal inflection, yes, he's very flustered.
And
his face doesn't get red though. He's a good CIA guy, but
well, they're taught to lie.
but he's constantly talking in circles. It's funny as hell.
There's also the Blanche factor. What the hell is going on with holding up Blanche? Is there a reason? There's got to be a reason for that.
Well,
too.
they're saying the holdup with Blanche, their biggest consternation there is the Justice Fund, which Grassley manipulated. But if you look at the 2 letters that he put out, he doesn't comment on the IRS immunity, which he can't. Right? So, in fact, he shouldn't have even been involved in that storyline anyway. It was just to delay his
right
confirmation.
Yep. Of course. All right. Hold your noses, everybody, because we're about to live vicariously through drunk pinata for a few moments.
Leadership on the line. I want to bring in former CIA Director John Brennan. He's also an MS Now Senior National Security and Intelligence Analyst. It is always good to see you, Director Brennan. Your reaction to this idea the president is floating, putting Blanche's nomination on ice, leaving him as acting AG essentially for another 5 months.
Well, we know that Donald Trump doesn't like to hear no with any of his interests or his nominations. And so, Todd Blanche can stay in an active capacity indefinitely, sounds like. And so I can see that Tom Tillis and John Cornyn are not going to budge on these very fundamental issues. And
the rhinos, you want to mention the rhinos as if they're doing their due diligence, right? Yeah, okay. Andy B2, thank you for the banger shades, Andy. Andy's crushing it. Bless. He also gave a phone. Did I get that phone drop earlier too, Andy? Apologies if I missed that.
It's my world. Thank you. She found the Ginny Thomas interview.
Oh, great. Thank you. It's my world. And Andy with the phone. Blessings to Arm, the mods, and fam. Lots of winning while nothing is going on. I think I did get that one. And then thank you again, Sean Joe, General Beaver with a can, Andy B2 with another pair of banger shades. We need a vote of no confidence in our Senate, with 80% plus of Americans wanting it from all parties. They need to remember that they work for us. Yeah. Yes. Andy, yes. Well said.
as I think they said, it reflects, I think, concerns also within the committee among other Republicans that, this slush fund that, the president has cooked up, as well as this IRS issue, are really, bothering many of the Republicans, not just because of the Todd Blanche nomination and confirmation process, but because it's also dragging the Republican Party down. Because, again, I think exposes the corruption and the fraud that this administration is involved in. Now, Donald Trump says that he can just wait until these two senators.
Did he really just say corruption and fraud that this administration is involved in?
Yeah.
I can't believe he just really said that.
He did say that.
Do we need?
They've been painting. That's where the weaponization of the Trump administration comes in, and so the Trump administration says, "Yeah, we'll take that. We're weaponizing justice." But look at the look on his face. He looks almost numb, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. The balls on this guy. Fraud? Really? Do you know how much fraud has been exposed in this administration? There was more fraud exposed just today alone, dude. Anyways,
Senators go, but as we well know, there is a reasonable chance that the Democrats take the Senate in the midterm elections.
How? When literally you guys probably talked about it today. I know for damn sure you talked about it yesterday on MSDNC about how the DNC is broke. I showed the Joe Scarborough clip. He was talking about it himself. The DNC is not only broke, but they've offered up the DNC building as collateral, and then asked everyone who's billing the DNC to please hold back on your bills for a few months.
Yeah, just let us get through the election to where we can start taking taxes.
And you got no money, $0, -$. But you think you're going to take the Senate back? How the hell?
That's where Act Blue comes in, Sean. You know
they're
that.
under investigation right now, and they're not.
But they're going to milk Act Blue for all they've got. It's not shut down yet.
But how come the DNC they don't have any money?
DNC doesn't need the money. They're running money straight to the candidates. Remember, in Act Blue, you can select the candidate you want the money to go to.
Oh, okay. That's right.
And if that's the case, then Todd Blanche's nomination, I think, will be dead, because then the Democrats will have the committee chairs and they will have the majority votes within these committees.
Director Brennan, I want to just remind everyone what's at stake here. I spoke with Senator Chris Coons last hour.
Did she really just call him Dr. Brennan?
Yeah, just called him Dr. Brennan.
Dr. Brennan, I want to just...
Dr. Brennan!
Don't you love it?
He's no fucking doctor. He's a liar.
To remind everyone what's at stake here, I spoke.
He's a trained liar. This is what they do with the CIA. They train you on how to be an effective liar. Man, Pompeo, he'll tell you.
With Senator Chris Coons last hour, we talked about Todd Blanche and how he thinks this helps put the nomination in perspective. Take a listen.
In his confirmation hearing, many of us pressed him about this multi-billion-dollar fund set up in a sham piece of litigation in Florida that is designed to allow President Trump and his family to get relief from the IRS and to allow anyone who believes himself to be a victim of DOJ weaponization to file and to receive payment. He would not answer when I pressed him in his confirmation hearing whether or not those who were convicted of assaulting police here in the United States Capitol on January 6th would be eligible for potentially multi-million-dollar payouts.
Director Brennan, the senator lays out the two pieces of this, preserving the 1776 fund and Trump's immunity from the IRS. In the long term, which piece is more dangerous to American democracy?
Well, I think, it's hard to choose between two very corrupt pieces of the litigation that came out. But, being able to use this slush fund to pay the assaulters at the Capitol, the ones that were involved in basically what was an insurrection, I think that's very dangerous. But, giving Donald Trump and his family a pass as far as any type of, IRS audit or tax liability also sends a clear signal to folks that, the corruption of this administration runs so deeply and that clearly Todd Blanche is following the direction and the guidance and the demands of Donald Trump. And, as he was testifying, when he said that he was the president's lawyer, I mean, clearly that is the case. And so something is truly wrong if the nomination for an attorney general is somebody who is going to abide by these, really, again, corrupt practices that Donald Trump is insisting on for his own self-aggrandizement.
As a reminder, not that you or our audience needs it, here is Blanche's testimony on this very topic.
I believe you said that the weaponization fund is a moot issue. Is that your position?
Yes, it is a moot issue, meaning there is no weaponization fund. The weaponization fund is dead. It's not moving forward.
Has there been a written agreement of the parties to modify the settlement fund?
No, the settlement fund's just not moving forward. There's no modification. It never started. This narrative that you won't put it in writing happens not to be true. I'm under oath today, and I've said it's dead repeatedly. I said it to the House Oversight Committee, and I'm happy to say it as many times as necessary.
We had Mary McCord on earlier, who, of course, is a DOJ veteran, and we talked about the fact that DOJ, they love to paper everything. It's a bunch of lawyers. They put things in writing by design. Why this particular resistance on Blanche's part to putting in writing that this fund is dead?
I think it's quite obvious that Donald Trump doesn't consider it dead. which is why Todd Blanche refuses to write that it is dead. I also would be concerned about, even if he gives some type of written assurance that it is dead, what's to stop Trump or Blanche as Attorney General to rescind, that claim or that statement. So it's very clear that Donald Trump wants to have these two elements. One is to make sure that he's not going to be held liable at all for any of his, tax obligations or the corruption that, he has been involved in, as well as wanting to make sure that he's able to pay off those individuals that came to his aid. And I do think he's trying to send a signal to those who might be contemplating doing something similar in the future, either after the midterm elections or following that he is going to have a way to be able to compensate individuals for any type of legal liability that they may face. So again, I think these are very, very worrisome developments, and I'm so glad that at least Tillis and Cornyn are holding the line here and not going to be confirming Todd Blanche as Attorney General.
He uses Tillis,
especially because we are learning more about what is happening inside of the DOJ under Blanche's leadership. Reporting that former FBI Director James Comey is accusing the Secret Service of illegally surveilling him. Not only that, internal records show they were pressured into it. Just as an intel expert, I just wonder what that says to you. And if you have an FBI, if you have a Secret Service in which members are operating at the president's behest, do you have any concern that the same is happening at the agency you once headed, the CIA?
I have an abundance of concerns about what is happening at all federal departments and agencies. If, in fact, individuals who show fealty to Donald Trump are directing their employees to carry out unethical and even illegal activities. So whether it's the FBI, Department of Justice, or the CIA, or other parts of the federal government, the fact that Donald Trump continues to believe that this is his own sort of government, that he can direct to do whatever he wants them to do, I'm glad that some people are refusing to do it, and they should continue to refuse to do it. And if they feel as though they're being directed to do something that is a danger to our national security or illegal, that they have recourse, not just resigning, but they also can go to inspector generals. They can go to their committees of jurisdiction in the Congress. They can, pursue avenues, whistleblower channels, other types of things that will stop them. But it's clear that Donald Trump sees no limits to what he's able to direct his departments and agencies to do. But unfortunately, you have people like Todd Blanche and others who head up these agencies that are willing to just salute and direct their employees to, again, carry out things that are inconsistent with their responsibilities and obligations, as well as potentially illegal in terms of what it is that they're being asked to do.
Which is particularly alarming because we are barreling towards an election here. I want to get your insight on the intelligence reports the White House put out claiming there was evidence that China hacked into voter rolls. The Washington Post says that 12 out of the 15 states that were specifically named say they were never notified of a data breach, which would be standard operating procedure if, in fact, those voting records were compromised. So what does that tell you then about those claims?
Well, it's clear that the federal government, the Trump administrations, continue to make these specious allegations, and because it's the state and the local officials who have, in fact, the authority, the responsibility, and the ownership of these electoral rolls, and so they would be the ones that would know what happened to them. Doesn't mean that the Chinese and Russians and others are not trying to get into those voter registration rolls to try to see what, in fact, they could do. But I would rely heavily on the states themselves because they're the ones who actually operate the election systems in their states. They're the ones that have insight, and they're the ones that are engaged in the various cybersecurity measures to try to prevent these types of intrusions. So again, this administration just makes it a habit to make these false allegations without any evidence at all, and unfortunately, it goes into the
no evidence at all.
Did you catch what he was doing though?
What?
He's obviously worried about, because it's been made public that Judge Geneva has a whole new slate of whistleblowers.
You think he would shut up? You think he would be less willing to jump on here and do this when he knows that's happening?
He's desperate right now. They're all desperate right now. The fact that there's all this new slate of whistleblowers, he literally is telling people, okay, anybody left in the federal government, you need to do something now. But he's specifically talking to the state
just like
level
he did
now,
when
too.
he went to that House of Lords meeting.
Yeah.
dog whistling.
He's trying
for the
to figure
insiders.
out a way. He's trying to figure out a way to counter what the whistleblowers are saying. It is so clear that they're concerned. And I watched several of these, over the week, and they're just all, it's like a cacophony of
Panicking,
voices that are
Yeah.
in panic mode.
By the way, I almost forgot. Thank you. Shout out to Sleant over there on Rumble, who gifted. Where is it here? Gifted some subscriptions over on Rumble. Boy, is it that far up?
I didn't see it.
Sleant. Yes. Where the hell is it?
I missed it
There it
too.
is.
I'm so sorry.
Gifted 5 subscriptions to America Rising Media. Thank you so much, Sleant. Appreciate you, friend. And also thank you to Serpentine with a cookie. So, Sean, raising my blood pressure with MS Now. Brennan clips just like Drunk Pinata does. This criminal fuck needs to be behind bars. That's an understatement. Agreed. And I think he suspects he's not long for.
He's been down to Florida now, twice? To answer questions to the grand jury?
That's right. Brendan has, yep.
MAGA world, and they eat up all the things that this administration says as truth.
Director Brennan, just real quickly, Jay Clayton was confirmed as DNI by the U.S. Senate, but he has not been sworn in, and Bill Pulte, it seems, is still acting as the head of DNI. Any sense from you of why?
No,
This is Friday.
Oh, it's Friday.
That would possibly be.
But no, it happened in the same day.
No, they didn't transition till Monday. Pulte didn't say he was transitioning.
He announced that same day that he's stepping down.
No. Clayton was nominated confirmed during the week. He did not announce that he was transitioning till Saturday after the Yark indictment dropped.
Let me see. Are you sure about that?
I am sure about that. That's why everybody was so upset about this transition being, quote, messy.
August 1st.
That's the day Pulte said he was transitioning.
All right.
It was after the Yark indictment was dropped in the Eastern District of Virginia. Then he put out that tweet.
Okay.
Or ex-post.
I think because Bill Pulte wants to act up in an active capacity in terms of these declassifications of documents, intelligence documents, as well as the firing of individuals and expertise. He's created havoc within the Office of Director of National Intelligence. I think he's trying to do as much damage as possible before he has to turn over the baton to Jay Clayton. Jay Clayton doesn't have the background and experience, and also clearly he doesn't have the integrity, since he wouldn't acknowledge in his confirmation hearing that Joe Biden won the 2020 election, but he's a far better choice than Bill Pulte to be at the helm there. So I'm hoping he gets in place sooner rather than later, because the damage being done, I think, is profound and is potentially very long lasting.
Director Brennan, so much news we wanted to talk with you about today. Thank you so much for making the time.
So I'm just going to point out the Russia indictment was a very serious one. $40 million. What he did was incredible. Pulte pulled that together. Then you've got, or actually Tulsi did most of the work on that. And then you got this low end $1 million one. What you have is a perfect narrative. That is a warning to the IC. Nobody's above the law. From 1 million to 40 million. Do you see where that
Pulte
goes?
did, yes.
What Pulte did.
Yeah.
And what he's literally telling the IC is we got the data down to the granular numbers. And it's got them all scared.
So that's why you think Brennan is making a presence
The
now all
plea.
of a sudden.
He's making a plea for,
Wow.
and he's specifically calling on people from within the states to do it. So I just find it interesting because the grift and the corruption is pervasive. You know that. It's a systemic issue.
Mm-hmm.
There was a time they would have totally ignored $1 million case. Now, what's funny about Yarok is he took 3 trips. This guy's so funny. He took 3 trips out of the country and never reported it. That would have been one of the triggers that Pulte would have used to audit. Okay?
Oh, really?
Because having a top secret clearance, you have to report that. And he didn't. But when they got him to go in to the DOJ and talk to a, quote, buddy, which I can tell you right now is like, hey, buddy, we got you on this. The guy broke down crying and told him the rest of the story. They open up. He had asked ChatGPT, if I've got a block of money, what country could I go to?
Yeah.
So that I could be outside the reach of the U.S. They told him, go to Portugal. ChatGPT. This is in the evidence. This is in the indictment.
Well, maybe we can add some of this next clip into a indictment, God willing. And what I'm talking about is Norm Eisen. Since we started listening to Norm Eisen, could tell that he and his lawfare partners coerced Michael Cohen into turning against Trump by promising to get Michael out of prison and off the crazy train. Boy, that sounds an awful lot like
you do remember
extortion to me, no?
Yeah, it does. But you also remember it was Michael Cohen's lawyer that cried foul on Cohen back in the day.
Okay. What do you mean? More context. Cried foul.
So Michael Cohen flips suddenly on Trump. They have a lot of dirt on Cohen. Well, yeah. So you remember he was raided back in 2018. Remember that?
Cohen
They raided all of his property.
Yes.
He got in trouble financially. He had all these taxi medallions.
Yeah, medallions, yeah.
And they lost their value because of Uber and Lyft, remember?
Yep.
So he looks like he paid off Stormy Daniels trying to use Trump campaign money. So when they raided
Without
him...
Without Trump's knowledge.
When they raided him, they found 2 checks. They specifically were raiding for those checks. And so that story in New York is pretty interesting because Cohen fancied himself as the fixer for all these people. This is so hysterical. He considered himself a fixer. There's a guy named Brody who was the head of the GOP in New York City. He had an affair with a Playboy bunny who lives in New York, got her pregnant. Cohen tells Brody, give me $60,000, and it was through his company registered in Delaware.
Yeah.
But over the next 2 years, the guy paid $1.5 million directly to Cohen. That's bribery. The judge who signed off on the raid, her nickname is the Love Judge. She too was a Playboy bunny. You can't make it up. You can't make it up. Yeah, he's been blackmailing people in New York City. So they've got all kinds of dirt on him. So that they come in and they strong arm him. You got to turn on Trump. He did. But his own lawyer cried foul on that.
And if you want to get to the truth behind Alvin Bragg and Peekaboo Letitia James, their lawfare, start by investigating Norm Eisen. And I've been wondering when the proverbial hammer was going to drop on this son of a bitch, because he's arguably coordinated a lot, if not all, of the lawfare against Trump.
Don't forget, you can't talk Norm Eisen without talking Mark Elias. They were both
Mark
handling
Elias as well.
two pieces of it.
Michael Cohen's attorney, Dania Perry, and Judge Juan Merchan. It is telling, awfully telling, that Norm Eisen has not publicly spoken about Michael Cohen since Michael said his testimony was coerced. So Michael Cohen has come out and said that his testimony was coerced.
So if you've got charges you can bring about this guy, if you got charges you can bring against this guy for blackmail, do you think maybe you're going to come clean at some point? When you got your own judge on the record calling him out for flipping?
Calling who out?
Cohen's lawyer called him out for flipping.
He said judge.
No, if you've got if you've got information that proves he's been blackmailing people,
yeah,
and you get him to come against Trump, and then you got his own lawyer, calling him out on his story with those Stormy Daniels story.
Okay.
Do you think maybe somebody went to him and said, hey, blackmail is a pretty serious crime? Now he's coerced. The
For
guy
which
changes.
side?
Well, I think he's got a court case coming up or something.
He definitely does. No, he definitely does.
So Norm Eisen is coming up in this story, I think, because Cohen's talking, is why I'm.
But he's not a credible. Yeah, he is, but.
It depends on how actionable the intel is. They've got something.
If he's put on the record and threat of perjury, again, if you lie, which he's already been to jail once already.
Right.
So if he does, and Norm's not as much as he sucks.
He did not go to jail for blackmail.
Right.
Just going to point that out.
But if he could somehow prove that they tried to extort him into painting Trump as bad or I don't know, painting Trump as
a lighter sentence. Sounds like a Rothstein deal, right?
Yeah, or King for Day, maybe. The proffer.
That's what I'm saying. The fact that Norm Eisen is coming up now.
That's what it's going to be. It's going to end up being a proffer agreement.
Right. The fact that Norm Eisen's coming out now in relation to Cohen tells me Cohen is giving them actionable information. And it's probably for a plea deal, a proffer, whatever.
He's going to be offered a proffer because what's stricter when it comes to lying? I mean, a proffer is really
a proffer
strict.
is going to put him behind bars, not just for lying, but for the crimes that he made the deal about.
And that's if I was a prosecutor in this case, that's what I would do. Because he'll sing like a canary. You know he will.
Well, we already know he squeals. I mean, the guy has flipped over the last 10 years so many times. So, I mean, all you have to do is have the bigger hammer.
Yeah.
Norm Eisen's screwed right now.
Oh, I love that. I love hearing that. I really hope so. I'm not going to hold my breath because that dude is as much as he sucks.
Well,
he is a good lawyer.
But I think they found his Achilles heel.
Yeah, it's TDS. What are you going to say?
Well, the Achilles heel is he strong-armed somebody that had too many things in his skeletons, right?
What's the likelihood it's just Michael Cohen, too? I mean, you should be able to go
I'm
after
pretty
so
sure
many
it's
others.
not. I mean, look at all these cases he's been on.
Yeah.
And they've already started approaching the idea that he is working with people that are creating the chaos on the streets. So I'm just saying it's all the dogs are out looking for Norm Eisen. And that's why I'm bringing up the Cohen story, his backstory, the fact that he was blackmailing people. He was not put in jail for that. Those are also serious crimes. Remember, Brody paid $1.5 million. And that was just one case. And there's really good information that there was more. And then he turns around and you've got him working with, the guy who went to jail for the Nike stuff. That was Stormy's lawyer. Cheated her.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, God. It begins with an A.
Avenatti,
yeah. Which just happens to be in a Q post, by the way, where you got a mobster going into Avenatti's office on a weekend. So
and
there's a
he's
ring
singing
they're
the
going
sound
after.
of a different tune nowadays, too, by the way.
Yes, he is.
He's not too happy with the team that he initially sided with. But anyways, check out what's going on here with Norm Eisen and company with Robert Gouvier.
Now, here's Cohen. From the first time that I began meeting with lawyers from Bragg's office and from Big Tish's
This is Michael Cohen he's talking about.
office in connection with their investigations and through the trials themselves, I felt pressured, Michael Cohen. I felt coerced to only provide information and testimony.
But you're a lawyer. Why wouldn't you use this as counter a counter defense or just a defense. Like, you can't coerce me.
That would satisfy the government's desires to build the case against and to secure a judgment and convictions against President Trump. So, in other words, I told them exactly what they needed.
Yeah, and in other words, you not only told them exactly what they needed, but you also went live on air and tried telling the whole world what you think they needed you to say, too, about Trump. So you almost granted their wishes for him. This dude is such a fair weather fan, or, he's always just going with the wind, going with the slime ball.
To hear. And I was pressured and coerced into doing it. So all of my testimony was essentially perverted and tainted and invalid. Now, my first meeting, writes Cohen, with prosecutors from Manhattan was in August 2019. I was a little over 3 months into serving a 3-year prison term pursuant to my guilty plea for committing federal crimes. Now, as later came out during Trump's trial, one of the very first questions I asked those prosecutors is, if I cooperate, what kind of deal will you give me? How can I get out of this?
Okay.
And the reason was simple. I wanted to do whatever I could to obtain my early release motion, return home to my family, and resume my fractured life, right? Trying to get out of his sentence. Then 13 months later, in September 2020, due to my good behavior and COVID, I was released early, and I served the remainder of my term, which ended in November 21 in home confinement. Then, after my release, I continued to meet with prosecutors, and in exchange for my cooperation, I wanted my sentence to be reduced. Now, during my time with prosecutors, this is Cohen, both in preparation for and during trials, it was clear that they were interested only in testimony from me that would enable them to convict President Trump. When my testimony was insufficient for a point the prosecution sought to make, they frequently asked inappropriate leading questions to elicit answers that supported their narrative. To get Trump, using a guy who wanted a lessened sentence and who was already known to be a convicted perjurer. So I experienced a similar dynamic in Big Tish's office. She made it publicly known during her 2018 campaign.
It's time to put Big Tish's fat ass in prison.
That she would go after President Trump. Too male, too pale, and too stale Tish. Her office made clear that the testimony they wanted from me was testimony that would help them do that. And again, I felt compelled and coerced to deliver what they were seeking. Now, James and Bragg, Tish and Alvin, they may not share the same office or political calendar, but they share the same playbook. Both use their platforms to elevate their profiles, to claim the mantle of the officials who, quote, took Trump down. In doing so, they blurred the line between justice and politics, and the credibility of both of them suffered. So now the case continues to be litigated, and the appeals court is saying that the lower level judge needs to consider important issues coming up. And he says specifically that I was forced into this testimony. Now, if the prosecution, of course, finds that this was all based on official acts, the appeals court needs to consider that. The lower court needs to consider that. And the sentence was an unconditional discharge by Juan the Con Mercan in the criminal case. And now he says, why am I speaking out now? Because I've witnessed firsthand the damage that prosecutors do. I've suffered, my family suffered. And as the courts now reconsider what's happening, this experience is relevant. And so he's writing this essentially to trigger the courts to say that if justice is to be effective, it needs to be credible. And it's all so rich from this piece of crap who is out there apparently lying on the stand. And he could have been more forthcoming about what was actually happening in that proceeding. But ultimately, he was coerced. He was forced into these things. He took the stand, no problem, and ran his mouth, led to the convictions. Didn't say that at all to the jury. You know, I'm kind of being forced to say these things. Mm-hmm. And the system ground down, and Trump got convicted. He got sentenced. He got liability in the civil case for $500 million. And now people are coming out against Michael Cohen on the left.
Yeah, he did the cardinal rule, right?
That's right.
He broke the cardinal rule.
That's right.
He ratted him out.
Yep.
So in other words, he's got another deal. You see where I'm going with that, right?
Oh.
For him to rat them out,
Yeah.
he made another deal.
Oh man, was with them or with
current authorities.
Oh boy,
he's coming clean.
He must have protection.
I don't know.
Probably why
I don't know if I would let a rat like that have protection, but
I agree. But if he got compelling testimony that could,
if he's got something that it makes him a material witness,
right?
Yeah,
kind of hard to ignore that.
Well, that's what's so interesting about this, because you've just brought Norm Eisen and Cohen back into the same story, and it goes back to the weaponization of the Southern District of New York during Biden. Well, right before Trump left, with Alvin Bragg, Letitia James, the whole Southern District of New York. So there's something going on in the Southern District of New York that's worth watching.
It's been run by Jake Clayton. Did they get somebody to fill the?
They haven't confirmed him yet. They haven't confirmed him.
Oh wow! Okay.
As of right now, there's no U.S. attorney there.
Wow. So
Got federal prosecutors, but no U.S. attorney.
There must be an acting.
Well, I think the guy that Trump nominated, what is it?
Moulton or something like that, or
I can't think of the name.
Yeah. There was. Go ahead.
So he would be acting because he was nominated to replace Clayton, but they haven't even taken him up in the Senate.
There was, I think, two other quick things, real quick, before you duck out. One thing was, did you catch Natalie Winter's little thread? Not little thread, very extensive thread
about
from 2
the
days
Joint
ago?
Chiefs of Staff?
Yes.
Okay, so let me just
What's
point
your
out
take
something.
on that?
First of all, we have peer-to-peer relationships with China and Russia. So let's start there. She listed all these people that are in their job. She gave you no evidence of anybody being paid off. So I'm taking a step back. Could there have been? Absolutely. Do we know it for a fact? I don't. Just saying. We had a long discussion about it in my chat the other night, because it just doesn't. You don't. If you're doing criminal behavior, they're taking class photos, for God's sakes. We have peer-to-peer relationships there. So part of the Joint Chiefs is that maintaining that relationship.
It wasn't just Joint Chiefs, though, right? We're talking.
Yeah, they're out of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
But there was a lot of
that's
officers
it's a huge staff. It's like 30, 35 people.
With China?
Yeah, we have
Chinese military officials?
Yes, and we have law enforcement agreements. Cash has been there a number of times.
I mean, paid trip?
The government business. Cash was going after precursors with his peer-to-peer in China. They were going after the companies doing the precursor drugs.
So you're not saying you're not saying one thing one way or another. You're just.
I'm saying no way or another, because what she did was she listed everybody that's legitimately within the JCCS. Who is criminal? Who is not? She says that some were paid off, but she doesn't say who. She doesn't say how much. There's no evidence, no sourcing. So I'm stepping back until I get more information.
Okay, something that I don't know if you got yet was, let's see if I can find it here. Somebody important shared it out.
Okay.
Pete Hegseth.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
I have no doubt somebody's crooked, but that whole list, no. I have a hard time with that.
Let's see. Jennifer Hegseth the other day.
Now, the thing is with Natalie Winter, she's usually a pretty decent reporter.
Yeah.
But it's what she didn't say that has me just waiting. I need more information. I'm not going to jump up and down on that yet.
Yeah.
I've got to step back.
It's always wise. I thought he shared it out the other day.
What are you thinking he shared?
Her post, but I was looking for what because he said so. I thought he said something that went with it too.
Did he mention her name?
He shared it out. He reposted it and said something that went along with it, but I can't find it now. And then the other thing, Natalie Winters. And then the other thing was, where is it here?
I don't know why he would mention Joint Chiefs, though, because that's a separate body. But I don't find Winters. I don't find... You said the other day, 2 days ago, 3 days ago?
Yeah, it was something like that. Anyways, I can't find it. Oh. Oh, yeah. Totally misunderstanding because I was talking about... We were talking about two totally different things. You said IC, and I thought you forgot to drop the C in that, and that you were talking about the...
And I was saying... And I started connecting dots going, holy shit.
I know, right?
This all connects.
So,
I said, I'm glad you misread that.
Well, so she responded with the IC, meaning intelligence community. I thought she was talking about the International
ICC,
Criminal Court.
It's like, no.
I look, so I was actually looking something up already at that time, and when I read that message from you, and I was like, neither. What did it send me? February 2025, shortly after taking office, President Trump signed an executive order authorizing sanctions on the ICC officials because there was, oh yeah, that's right. There was a guy, oh my gosh, there was a guy who runs the ICC, I think. I can't think of his name.
Yeah, Khan. He was, he had forced to step down for sexual abuse.
And
rape, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He's now gone. He's the Supreme Prosecutor in the ICC. He's now gone. And it's really funny because and he sanctioned anybody involved and their families, right?
Trump sanctioned him,
he sanctioned
his entire
him,
family, yeah.
But he also is revoked all visas.
All their visas.
For anybody associated with the ICC and their families. Where did Jack Smith go back? He went back to Brussels.
That's crazy.
So you're watching the beginnings of the clean out of the ICC with something that's needed to happen since its inception.
And I stumbled across this. In February 2025, shortly after taking office, President Trump signed an executive order authorizing sanctions on ICC officials, globalists, everybody, over the court's actions targeting the United States and its ally Israel, specifically the International Criminal Court's 2024 arrest warrants of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and former Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, related to alleged war crimes in Gaza. But the ending I found interesting. Neither the U.S. nor Israel is a party to the Rome
ICC.
But it says the Rome statute.
Well, the ICC was created under the Rome statute. We never signed on to that convention. So we've never been a party to the ICC. They literally will throw out, and the ICC, just so you know, has been used as a cudgel, if you will, to force countries to work with them or to do the bidding. Yeah. So they're like the judicial arm of the globalists.
Yep.
And so we never, ever signed that convention. So when they come out and they're starting to go after, and that's what Rubio's now concerned about, warning service members over in Europe be careful because they're going after anybody U.S. And his concern is they're going to treat U.S. service members as having committed war crimes. So Rubio's been very vocal.
Damn, imagine if they.
And the only reason why they're doing that is because we're starting to force the clean out of the ICC.
We're forcing the clean out.
Oh yeah, it's clear. You remember what Jack Smith was working on over there, right? They still got the president of Kosovo in jail, claiming he committed war crimes.
Yeah, for like 20 years or some shit.
But they have never finished his case.
That's crazy.
He's sitting in jail in Brussels, having never finished his case.
Man.
So, and this is where Rick Grinnell has complained about Jack Smith in that case. Patrick Burns has complained about Jack Smith in that case. There's a grave injustice happening that nobody's dealing with. And then you've got Khan, who's like the supreme prosecutor,
right,
actually raping somebody. They covered it up, and then suddenly, out of the clear blue, they couldn't cover it up anymore. So they suspended him and then recently completely fired him.
Those sanctions were put on him after Trump was in office for a month.
Right.
And that February of 2025 is when he put the sanctions on him. So that was pretty quick.
Yes, say thank you, Jack Smith.
Oh, you think so?
Mm-hmm. Jack Smith went running back there. He had to get out from here. So he's back in Brussels. And now none of them can come back to the U.S.
For now. Get at least 2 years. Yeah.
Unless there's shackles.
Oh, that would be nice.
I don't think the ICC story is anywhere near done.
That would be nice. So what do you see for the rest of the week? What do you see? You see anything coming this weekend? Should we expect anything?
I don't know about this weekend, but Dan Scavino putting out Trump buying that big ass bag of popcorn and then reposting it says something's coming. This week was pretty good. I think next week is going to be good.
Yeah, that's right. And him in the Adirondack chairs at Camp David. Scavino. Yeah. What else did he post? He hasn't really been that busy lately.
Your facetious side.
Anyways, thank you, Feisty, for joining tonight.
You're most welcome. I enjoyed it. It went fast. I wasn't expecting it to go this fast.
It did. It went by really fast.
I hope everybody had fun. I did.
Yeah. You don't forget, and then everybody don't forget, Monday, Feisty Digs. Any idea on what the latest dig will be?
I think I'm going to start, because a lot of people I found out in my own chat aren't quite up to speed on the witch hunt. Okay, so I thought I would take what John Solomon's been dropping and some of the information that's been put out there and kind of tie those knots for everybody.
Awesome. I love that. Sounds great.
I got some interesting, I shared some of it with you, but I got some interesting information.
Okay, good. So election related and foreign interference as well. So that ought to be interesting.
Everything is like coming to this peak, right?
Yep. Feeling very precipice-y.
Yeah, especially with the economy.
Yeah. Clarity Act, by the way, Clarity Act. So.
Yeah, according to Lummis, it's on the table this weekend. She doesn't think they're going to be taking their August break right away.
That's great news if they can get that thing passed. That'll get a lot of more support, I bet you.
That was a good interview she did with Maria Bartiromo.
Yeah. Damn, that would be great. Well, thank you. Go get some rest, and I'll talk to you soon.
I will have a good night now.
All right. Good night.
Bye, everybody.
That is an American
Yes.
badass. That
Yes.
right there is an American badass, son.